So bizarre. I'm filling in for me. I'm filling in for me. Oh, my goodness. So much stuff.
Chad Benson does the Chad Benson
show, who's filling in also for Matt. So in an hour, you'll have that. So what do you think of apples that are those apples?
How much radio are you doing today, dude?
Okay, so I did my morning show, and by the time I had finished, the bill had passed, so I had to redo about a third of my morning show. So for the afternoon, for the carryover, because it'll be carried later on in the satellite when other stations on the West Coast get it. So right. I've done probably 5 hours already. I got another, 5 hours ahead of me. So we got that going for us.
Well, again, Mark Levin, man, he might get sick.
Oh, goodness me. How could he get sick? He's so awesome. He's our night guy, you know. It's not very nice, Chad.
What are you, a dope?
Yeah. What do you mean? Ha! A lot of that going on over there. Is the weather outside? Is it frightful?
No, it's actually not. It's not a bad day today.
So no swamp ass report?
Well, no. It was raining a little while ago. It's pretty nasty out there.
Let's see here. I got 85 degrees, mostly cloudy. Heat index not even near the swamp ass meter yet.
Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord. Because we don't need swamp ass. Not in this. Did you guys see the big, beautiful bill passed?
I heard about that.
Oh, my God. How excited is everybody? You excited?
Chuck Schumer is.
Oh, it was like watching a woman win Miss USA or Miss Universe.
Oh, wow. It's so beautiful.
It's beautiful.
I don't, everybody's like, what do you think of this? I'm like, I don't care. I mean, because it still has to go to the House. Now it's got to go through committee and all these rules things. And then it'll go to the floor and then there'll be some debate upon it and who knows what. Here's what it's going to look like. And when you should pay attention. When it happens to affect you, that's when you pay attention. Because I couldn't tell you. It's 940 pages long. How do you know it's... all I do know is if we care about... And I know... Look, here's the reality. I'm going to break a little something for you guys. The Republicans and Democrats, one is tax and spend. The other is tax break and spend. Do we agree? I think we do. I think that's the way it is. Because there's a lot of stuff in here I'm looking at, and I'm like, that is insane.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What's it called when there's two different versions of the bill that they both pass, and then they have to go to a certain committee to iron out the differences?
So there goes to a rules committee right now.
But once they adjust the bills so that they match, do they have to re-vote on them again?
No. The House will be the last thing, and once they can get through there,
what if the House throws a whole bunch of amendments on it?
That's what then you're going to have to. It's all parliamentary thing from there, and then you're going to have to go to a. This is never taught, by the way, on Schoolhouse Rock.
Reconciliation,
but it was never taught on Schoolhouse Rock, where reconciliation was never there. They made it just seem like everybody got together and we passed a bill, and that's not.
I'm
really
only a bill.
Yeah. So, but they got to go to rules first, which will get out easy. And I don't know what they're going to do on the floor because I think there's a lot of conservatives that are a little nervous about this because they're looking around and everybody's trying to get their carve out, right? Did you see Murkowski got that for Alaska where she's like, you can't take food away from these people. So I don't know. It's going to be expensive.
Well, how about if we give you a beluga well? Okay.
Oh, do they do that?
I don't know.
I don't know what they're
I asked Brian this morning, I said, how many deals does Lisa Murkowski get? Because she's always one of the ones going against the grain.
Well, you got to think about this, right? Because I hear people say they're rhinos. Well, you know what? In their state, and we forget this, if they weren't rhinos, you know what they'd be? Democrats. Because in states like Maine and other places, it is more of a leans right than it is anything else.
Could be, yeah.
Purple.
Yeah, it's purple. So you have to understand when everybody's like, that person's a rhino. Well, getting your thing across the line, everybody's worried about their jobs, which you shouldn't be.
And you got to go back home sometime.
Oh, got to. That's it. So Oh, Lisa didn't get it. See, I didn't even know. That's how much I paid attention. I just knew it passed. All I knew it was very exciting to watch JD with the hammer. The hammer. That's all I was focused on. I was just right on the hammer.
Chris said it was Rand Paul, Tillis, and Collins who didn't vote for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Collins, yeah, that's right. So, and then he got across the hammer. So, because he gets to, I win, right? He's going to be happy with me. So there you go. That's it. Now it goes off, and then we'll figure out what happens. I don't, because they're going to do stuff, and they're going to debate it, and who knows what everybody's going to ask for. And what I do know is it's more expensive than it was. According to the latest CBO, this adds, roughly $3.9 trillion to the debt. Now, remember, all you care about is the first 3 years. Everything else afterwards can be undone. So, meaning, and let's just say Trump, he's done. J.D. Vance runs, or Marco Rubio, they lose. The Democrats come in. They've got the House and the Senate. They can undo several of these things, including the tax cuts. So all of those, but you just have to look at the first 3 years. Go from there. Because much like a baseball contract, unlike Bobby Bonilla, because it is Bobby Bonilla Day. And if you don't know what that is, we're going to talk about that. One of the great moves in sports history was done for this day, and it is incredible.
If you're not $40 trillion in debt, are you even governing?
No. Remember, we all like to cut, just not anything that we like. It's the most important thing. So this will be, from here on out, it's just going to be a debate. And we don't even know. All I do know is it's on its way, guys. Do you know how close we are? We are the rest of today. So we only have till Friday. Right? We got tomorrow. Right? Then we got Thursday. Then Friday.
Yes, sir.
As he comes down, rappelling out of the helicopter.
In a tank top.
In a tank top with a headband on.
And a cape.
Three different singers. You got over here the great Nuge, Ted Nugent, Kid Rock, Lee Greenwood. Everybody singing something. It's mashing together. He's got an eagle with a pen in the beak. As he then drops 20 feet as he rappels, just let's go, because we've moved the Resolute desk outdoors. Fireworks are going off because the minute the pen clicks, it starts the fireworks going off behind him. Then all of it gets done. He signs it. It's a great day for America.
Then he stands up, pumps his fist into the air, and screams MAGA.
Yeah. This is going to be MAGA. Yeah.
All right, we need an eagle. We need an eagle's cry.
Yep.
Well, okay, we need a helicopter sound effect. An eagle, whatever they do. I think they beep, 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 beep.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what they do.
The bald eagles they're not like what you hear a hawk.
Yeah, the Hawks have the thing, man.
Yeah, like a pew.
Yeah. But it's going to be like, meh, or whatever it is. I don't even know what they do. Eagles do. Stupid eagles.
Well, we could use a duck.
Maybe. Trump's like, what's the greatest bird? Somebody go and get me one of those wolves. I want to ride that in.
When are we going to be done with that?
Dire wolves. So this is what we got.
And then the fireworks sound effect.
Then the fire, yeah, because the minute the pin clicks, the fireworks should then take off. Right, and then all of them doing the mashup songs. Proud to be an American. And the minute he gets to that, you hear Kid Rock go, "'Cause I'm a cowboy, baby." Right, it's just, you guys are with me, right? Like, this is going to be awesome.
Ted Nugent, stranglehold.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be, and Ted, by the way.
It's a free-for-all.
It is. The minute he's done, he drops his guitar, takes out one of his hunting bows.
Yeah.
And shoots across the way some sort of, like, it grabs the bill from Trump, flies it across the way, and right into the Capitol door. I mean, this is going to be, you guys get ready for this. This is going to be, you're welcome. That's all I need to say. Michael Bay's like, that's exactly what I was thinking.
That's a good idea.
Where are the robots? No robots this time, Michael. No robots this time. He's rebooting that, by the way. He's rebooting the Transformers. How do you reboot something that you just had a sequel like 2 years ago to? Somebody said, I'm with you 1,000%, right? The War Eagle, that could deliver him the paper. He's probably asking, are griffins real?
Let's make them real.
Somebody get those people to make the dire wolves. So I found, like, again, I don't know what it looks like. You know, I know you guys think, oh, you're not taking this serious. Here's why I'm not taking it serious, because you don't know what's in it. You don't know how it's going to affect you. Nobody does. Well, we're all getting tax cuts, 68% otherwise. That's a lie, by the way. When you hear him say that, I've got a great, like, he tries to explain it, and you're like, no, not even close. You're not. If the tax cuts expired, your taxes don't rise by 68%. Unless, of course, you don't pay any, and now you have to pay 66.8%. But 68% of people could see a tax hike. That's the way that works. And that's, and let's be real, the rich people aren't seeing a tax hike. Doesn't matter. Raise them 100%. I would have still rather seen the middle class get the tax break. So much stuff to talk about today. That's not this. The latest conspiracy. It's pretty spectacular. It is. And we're going to do that at the bottom of the hour. And it goes along with what is happening with, of course, what's taking place in Florida today, now that they have alligator Alcatraz. Ho, 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 ho. Yeah, and Ocean Ramsey is giving people tips on how to stay alive should you run into a shark. I, myself, don't think they would work, but we can debate whether or not they will or would, because, you know, we like keeping you safe here. We got some other good stuff as well. Reach out to us across all of our social media. So I am in this hour for me. Chris was in the first 2 hours for me. Ken and I will be here all the way till 7 o'clock, driving you home, baby, if you know what I mean. And then the Matt, who's still wounded, he'll be back, I think, next week. He was apparently not in a great way. So we're glad he's rehabbing. So, but you're going to have me all the way through till 7 o'clock tonight. So let your voice be heard. Let's have some fun. You miss any of the show, we always say, shame on you. Grab the podcast. Happy, bizarre, I'm here Tuesday. It is the Chad Benson Show. Super Talk 997. All right, guys, gold, birch, gold. Why? Gold and then their hills for a reason. There's some serious issues out there. The dollar is struggling. And right now, if you are going to say to yourself, well, what else could happen to the dollar? If BRICS gets their way, 80-year dominance, the dollar goes away, the dollar's going to go down any further. Protect your savings to my friends over at Birch Gold. This is what I want you to do. Text the word Benson to 989898 today. Find out what you can do with a gold back IRA. Maybe move your savings over there. Protect yourself. Gold's been up 40% in the last 12 months, and it still has a move to make, especially if the dollar struggles. So maybe you want the physical. Maybe you want to think about putting in an IRA. Either way, they can help you with that. They're amazing, A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Text the word Benson now to 989898 today for the best in the business. People I trust, Birch Gold.
All right, so the big, beautiful bill has cleared the U.S. Senate and now heads back to the House. President Trump is on his way back to D.C. after touring alligator Alcatraz. And Fox News says 2 Chinese nationals are under arrest for allegedly spying in the U.S. We'll tell you about it at 2:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The Chinese spied on us? I don't believe you. Bite your tongue, sir.
I tell you, that's fake news, fake news.
Fake news. They would never do that, or always when given the chance. They're selling merch, kids. I repeat, they're selling merch.
The Florida Republican Party now selling alligator Alcatraz merchandise online. And all of this comes as the administration...
Just can't even. That's all you need to hear. Did you see Trump also has perfume out today?
Oh, no. Well, what's it called?
Debunking. I don't know. Let's see here. It is, and I think it's expensive. God, dude, it's a swap meet. You can't. Every time you turn around, it's something new. I'm like $250 bottles of cologne and perfume. So apparently they 250. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
The fragrances smell like fear and shame. No, there's a woman's fragrance and a men's fragrance. They're $250 a pop. They're called Victory 45 and 47 because they're about winning, strength, and success for men and women. Dude, this can't be legal.
And it's Trump selling it?
That's what he said. He even said, for men and women, get yourself a bottle and don't forget one for your loved ones to enjoy. Have fun and keep winning. That's what he put on Truth Social.
Oh, my goodness.
That can't be legal.
The only workaround would be if it is his businesses, which he has, I guess, stepped away from.
But you're touting it.
Yeah.
So
he's
you're getting
touting
money
it.
from it. That just can't be legal.
He made it legal.
That comes in a nice box. Oh, my gosh.
Right, are you looking at it?
This is not real.
Right?
Is it real?
It's real. I thought it was fake too, dude. Don't worry. I thought it was super fake. I thought it was fake, but it's not. He's on top of it in gold.
he's skinnier in the
no
perfume than
doubt.
he is in real.
No doubt. A little thinner, if you will.
Oh, my goodness.
That's how he wants to be remembered, in gold. That can't be legal. Right, people?
Dude, there's so much in politics, though, that it's like we've talked about. There is an off-ramp to everything, it seems. It's just like what you were talking with this bill once it gets to the House.
So somebody said, stop abbreviating merchandise as merch. No, that's what it's called, merch. That's how we do it. I sound like a stupid teenager. Good. I'm glad I sound young.
Oh, my goodness.
But you're right. There is so much crap out there that these people are able to do. And they're able to get away with. Now, nobody does it like Trump. I mean, hence the reason, we were talking about his big, giant, beautiful bill signing on the 4th of July. He's going to have the 4th of July moved to Saturday if this doesn't work the way he wants.
Apparently, it might be pretty popular in India. Because there are a lot of news outlets in India that are covering this.
He's selling watches, too? God.
He's got his own phone now.
Well, he's got a Bible, too, with a copy of the Constitution in it.
I know. That is just...
You buy the phone, you get $46 a month service.
Oh, my Lord. That is so bizarre. I'm just sitting there going, okay, wait a minute here. First of all, you shouldn't have anything to do with phones. Neither should your kids because of, the whole telecom thing and the fact that you kind of oversee everything. You're tweeting out stuff about your perfume. Get some. It's going to be great. So
You smell exactly like me.
You smell exactly like me.
My goodness. Filling in, somebody said, you actually sound like an idiot when you say that.
Well, say what?
Merch.
Oh, merch.
And luckily, I'm only here filling in.
I strongly disagree. I've been in the music business and around the music business since I was 18, and I've always heard it called merch.
Well, that's different, okay? Because those people are also idiots. Somebody said they're going to go buy the Trump phone. It's gold.
Got a big T on the back.
No, it does. Looks like T-Mobile. I'm waiting for them to sue.
Oh, my gosh.
I know what I'm getting everybody for Christmas. So what do you want? Do you want the phone or do you want perfume?
I think I'll take the phone.
Can I have a third choice?
Can you get Spotify on it?
I don't know. You can only probably get, Trump's probably got his own music thing. And it just has Lee
It's just got
Greenwood,
Lee Greenwood.
Tom McDonald, right? Amy Grant or somebody like that.
Nuge.
Kid Rock, the Nuge, and probably a country artist or two. That's it.
No, it's just Lee Greenwood and Kid Rock.
Because Nuge wouldn't let him have it.
And when you hit the button to talk to your phone, you say something like, Siri, play some ABBA. It just starts Lee Greenwood instead.
Proud to be an American.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my Lord. Coming up, it's the best, latest conspiracy theory, guys. Wait till you get a load of this one. This one, Internet, you've not disappointed me. I just want to let you guys know that. We're going to talk about that, among other things, straight ahead. It is Chad Benson Show, Super Talk 99.7.
.2:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Metro Police reporting a crash. Drivers, this is going to be 24 eastbound near I-440. Over in the Belmont area, police say there's a crash 65 northbound at Wedgwood. And in Antioch, got the right lane blocked by a crash 24 westbound at the Blue Hole Road overpass. BNA, police say there's a crash 40 eastbound right before Briley Parkway. And in Williamson County, College Grove, road construction has the right lane closed. It's going to be 840 eastbound near the Murfreesboro Road overpass. Full forecast in 5 minutes. And the U.S. Senate approving the tax policy package the Republicans dubbed the One Big Beautiful Bill. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy reports from D.C.
After a marathon voting session that lasted more than 26 hours, the Senate passed the massive measure by the slimmest of margins. 3 GOP senators voted against it, but Vice President J.D. Vance cast the tie-breaking vote in favor. The bill now goes back to the House, where conservatives and moderates have their own issues with some of the changes that have been made by the Senate, including a $5 trillion increase in the debt ceiling and a Congressional Budget Office price tag in excess of $3 trillion.
Susan Collins of Maine, Tom Tillis of North Carolina, and Kentucky's Rand Paul voted against the bill. President Trump's on his way back to D.C. He was touring the illegal immigrant detention center under construction in Florida known as Alligator Alcatraz when the bill cleared the Senate. He said other states are building similar detention facilities to the one there in the Everglades.
We have Louisiana doing it big, Alabama's doing it. We have a lot of states. They seem to be red states, and not too many blue states for whatever reason. But the red states, Republican-run states, are doing it. The blue states don't do very well at security and policing.
Yeah, the Florida site has been the subject of protests by local tribal communities, environmental groups, and immigration advocates. Fox News says 2 Chinese nationals under arrest for allegedly spying and conducting secret operations for China's Ministry of State Security, trying to get U.S. Navy service members and bases information while recruiting other military members to carry out tasks for them. Apparently dropping $10,000 in what's called a dead drop in China on behalf of the Ministry of Security Intelligence there. If convicted, both men face a fine of up to $250,000 and up to 10 years behind bars. That's the latest news. Weather's next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
But a cooler afternoon with highs staying in the 80s. The heat index will still be in the 90s, though, as it is going to stay very humid this afternoon as we warm up throughout the day.
Just FYI, I have to send this to sales to send to the client, so make it good.
70 for the overnight low tonight. Tomorrow under plenty of sunshine, not only Wednesday, but through the end of this week with highs climbing through the low and mid-90s.
Byrna Technologies. These things are amazing. Less lethal, but still very strong and powerful. If you're looking for something that you can handle and have without having to worry about a background check, illegal in 50 states, these are incredible. These launchers look like guns. The new one is incredible. Looks like a Glock, and it's absolutely amazing. But the things that they can do, they pack a punch, a wallop. So should you get in trouble, guess what? They will defend them, and it is incredible. Kinetic rounds, it's just the way these things handle are awesome. And on top of that, it's a great way to handle something that you can practice with without the fear, by the way, of should you do something and should you have to protect yourself, the fear of courts getting involved and police getting involved, these kind of things. These things are amazing. They're great, too, especially if people are just getting into firearms. And for me, let me tell you something. I'm a big 2A guy, but my family, they love these things. And the reason is simple. We introduced our kids this way, and they love these things. Try this out. They're amazing. Go see what they have to offer right here in Franklin, not too far away, open 7 days a week. Go see for yourself what it's all about. 615-558-0534, 615-558-0534, or check them out at byrna.com. My Pillow, right now. Deep discounts on My Pillow Percal bed sheets. Amazing, huge, deep pockets, right? So you want that when you go to sleep, because if you ever rolled over in your bed and then the thing goes, you don't want that, right? You want it to stick, and this is what these things do. 100% long staple cotton, made in the USA, 11 colors to choose from, $24.98, any size. So if you got like a little bed, right, little tiny bed, they got one for that. If you got a king, one of the big ones, oh my, they've got that. All $24.98 right now. The best around. And you're going to sleep more comfortably because you're going to sleep cooler and crisp, as I like to say. You will love these things. We've got them. You should try them. The My Pillow Percal bed sheets on sale now. Biggest sale ever, $24.98, any size. Take advantage of it now. MyPillow.com/Benson. 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 Yeah. Trump in Florida talking about, I don't know, gators and such.
ban, and then once that's cleared, then they'll do. So it's really up to Secretary. I know's got people in the queue, and so they'll be ready to receive.
I think our viewers at home should note that this is air-conditioned facility, so if any of the news claims are keeping them out in the hot, humid South Florida, that is wrong. It's probably 62 degrees here.
To be honest.
Or 72.
Hey, Biden wanted me in here, okay? He wanted me. It didn't work out that way, but he wanted me in here, that son of a bitch.
What's your expectation what this will do for the speed and force of deportation?
A lot of things, and they're both telling me that.
So he's there, And the only reason we're talking about this, if this was just Site 3859er, nobody would care. But because it's alligators and it's Alcatraz, that's why they're talking about it. And alligators, as we all know, are not very friendly. We keep you abreast of these situations on a daily basis. Because as we know, nature will mess you up. Now, are you guys ready for the new greatest conspiracy theory in the history of conspiracy theories? Get ready for this. Ken, you might want to sit down or stand up. Opposite of whatever you're doing. Here we go. This is a woman, and I thought, there's no way this can't be real. This is rage baiting, but it's happening. And it showed up on my For You page last night about what's really going on when it comes to these flights.
You know how there were rumors that they were throwing people out of cargo planes and it didn't make sense to transport that many people with cargo planes because it cost way much more money anyway? People have been washing up on shores, still shackled together, deceased. This is no longer a rumor. This is what is happening. This is what us going to work every day is funding with our tax dollars, more importantly. This is why I've been begging people to do a general strike. Because this is the inevitable conclusion of us continuing to go to work without question. This is the inevitable conclusion of us continuing to go to work without question. Now, I'm not saying shut down all of the hospitals or the post office. What I'm saying is we need to identify who is directly contributing to this labor and stop it. That's the peaceful method.
Peaceful.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I have no idea, ma'am. I think you're intimating that they're throwing people out of the back of there's no way anybody else would even oh, wait a minute. There are thousands of videos.
This is insane, and if it's true, then it could change everything. I knew there was something about these deportations that just didn't sit right with me, and then I found this story about a man in Colorado. His name is Alvin, and it looks like he's been trying to get this story out for the past 2 weeks now. Long story short, Alvin expresses his worry that his brother that was taken by ICE and in quotations deported is no longer alive because Alvin is friends with people that work for private contractors, okay? One of which seems to have a pretty high up rank in the military. Alvin stated that his friend claimed that they were being paid to drop off people in the middle of the ocean. I say people because they are humans as well, regardless of how you want to feel about them being here illegally, in quotations.
There are hundreds of these guys. So the thought is the contractors pick them up in cargo planes, take them out. Now, you're saying to yourself, where is this? This is happening in the Mediterranean. And so when people escape Africa, I don't know if you're aware of this, they've had some issues. And so what happens is there's two ways they can go. They can go through the Atlantic or they can try to get away through the small area in the Mediterranean. That's far more dangerous. Out of the 9,000 people that have died since 23, almost 40% have died in this small area. It's super dangerous. And they're washing up on shore near Ibiza and a few of these other islands. So what they're saying is Trump is having people put on airplanes, on cargo planes, flown out over the Mediterranean, and then they open up the cargo plane back and they kick them out. Wow.
What is he supposed to be, Pinochet?
Well, that's the whole thing, because they talk about the fact that, yes, there were Pinochet and who was running Argentina at the time. They unalived people, and one of the things they did was they flew people and tossed them out of airplanes. This is not that. This isn't. These people are crazy, but it doesn't take a lot for the rumors to go. I'm just telling you. No, this is not happening. But the fact that one of the things that's always amazing is I always like to go to the comments because then you can get a real feel for what people think. Nobody said, this isn't happening. Everybody said, oh my God, America's the worst. How could we do this to people? happened, all right, like we'll do a whip around here. We'll ask the guys. All right, Bell, if this was true, would this be the biggest story in American politics history?
No, international politics history.
Oh, yeah, international. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This thing would be, it'd be front and center. It would not be a theory.
Yes. Yeah, would not be a theory. There would be no way that if this happened, this wouldn't be the biggest story, front page. Trump would be, and all of those people would be going to jail. Everybody would be if this was true. But it's not. You may not like where they're going, and I don't know where they're going. In fact, it seems to be quite a surprise for some people. But the thought that they're doing this is, you may not like the fact that he wants to enforce the law the way that you think it's uncomfortable, but, and I'm talking to the liberals out there, but he's not throwing people from a plane. He's a lot of things at times, but he's not that. But what about all the alligators? And anyways, we got alligators now. What do we need sharks for? Right? Just, I don't know how people get there. And they buy it, too.
Yeah,
because their TDS is so bad, they can't get around it.
Well, some of them are just crazy.
Yeah, well,
I mean, some of them are just, they're just, well, maybe they're not even crazy. They're just liars.
Yeah, I think there's some of that. But I also think some of them believe this, the Blue Anon people.
Definitely.
That they buy into this bizarre world of all the bad things that Trump is about, all the bad things that the Republicans all are about, all of the bad things about all the bad. I'm fascinated that people can go down that kind of rabbit hole.
Yeah.
You would think this. Well, yeah. And by the way, it's not the first time people have washed up on shore. For years they have with shackles. Why? Because the people that you pay to get across, sometimes their boats sink and sometimes they're not very nice people. And they will toss you off.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but just this bizarre, it's so weird, man. How did we get here? The internet. That's how we got here.
Well, I mean, just look at the history of cults, dude.
Oh.
How did Jim Jones get all those people to do that?
Because he told them everything they wanted to hear.
Yep.
And that's what you do.
Charles Manson.
I think he just gave him the best drugs. I think there was a lot of that involved.
Well, that was different.
I think if we're honest, Chuck gave him a lot of drugs.
Yeah.
And of course, a lot of these liberals will believe any story about Trump as long as it's negative.
As long as it's negative.
Well, there's conservatives that'll believe any story out there, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because a lot of people, especially, it's weird because you have social conservatives and then you have the fiscal conservatives, not always one and the same. And both of them at times don't like Trump, and they'll believe anything that you say about Trump. But there comes, like, if you would have told me this was Biden, I would have said you're insane. It's just that's not happening. And by the way, Biden could have probably gotten away with it a lot easier.
Absolutely.
Because nobody was paying attention.
No.
Nobody was. Now, you told me this Obama. I was like, I could see that. That guy, like the drone stuff. He'd like to do all kinds of things.
Yeah, if he had been accused of throwing prisoners out of a plane or something, his claim would be, well, they're all in my garage with my Corvette, and that's locked.
It is. The sharks think they think Trump has friggin' sharks with friggin' lasers. Yeah, they do. Remember that? He was always talking about that. Well, he's got his dream now. He's got Alcatraz. With the alligators.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do they have lasers on their heads?
They don't.
It's not the same then.
Well, the part of the problem was we gave them lasers, but they abused them. Right? They were shooting everything, including each other. We can't have that.
Well, they didn't get certified.
No, you need that. And they didn't go through the training, like you said. And on top of that, they still had to go through HR. And then once they go through HR, they didn't do the sexual harassment training, which the alligators have to do.
Yeah.
Do you think, what would be the worst best if somebody did escape and then they got eaten? Whew. Could you imagine the headlines in that?
Oh, man.
Trump tortures prisoners by feeding them to alligator.
That's it. That is it. I could see it right now. And then Trump would be like, well, he shouldn't have run. It's swampland. We told you that. What do you think? We're kidding? 72 degrees.
You know there are protesters trying to find a way to this place.
Oh, yeah, big
They're
time.
trying to get there.
Well, it's a weird kind of protest you've got going on. You've got people who think it's cruel and unusual and don't want any part of what Trump is doing with immigration. But you also have the
Native Americans.
The Native Americans, the indigenous population, who say, all right, you guys have done enough. We don't want this stupid airport that was never built. You don't need to be traipsing around in here anymore. So could you please not do it? And so you've got two kinds of protesters, and the environmental protesters as well. But we don't really care about them because they're
they're going to protest everything.
Yeah, all the time. In fact, you know what I saw today? What's her name? How dare you? What's her name?
Oh, Thunberg. Greta Thunberg.
Yeah, she was in Hungary with her keffiyeh on, protesting for pride.
Okay.
There you go. That's all that you need to know right now.
In Hungary?
In Hungary, because Orban is like, you can't, there's no pride parade.
Say, she probably
You're talking about gay pride?
Yeah.
She should try that in a Muslim country.
Well,
Hungary, they're not too keen on it either.
Yeah, Orban's, he's the kind of guy that probably would throw you out of the back of an airplane if given the opportunity.
He might actually.
Trump's like, that guy's horrible, but he gets what he wants. He gets it done. That's all I'm saying. But did you see me come down rappelling? Oh, Lord, am I good at that or what? Coming up, a lot more stuff to get to. Maybe some more next hour on the big, beautiful bill. Maybe not. We'll see. We're going to talk about, speaking of that, Ocean Ramsey. You know who she is? You're going to. She's very popular. And
Ramsey.
She's about to become more popular, and she's telling everybody how to stay safe from sharks.
Woo. Swim with them. Become their friend.
Try to pet them.
Maybe. That might be it. We're going to find out. We'll do that straight ahead. If you're missing the show, we say shame on you.
Shame.
Shame. Chad Benson Show, Super Talk 997. shark season. You ever been out, seen a shark? Probably not.
I thought I saw one on my way to work this morning, but it wasn't.
Well, if you go to the beach ever, that may happen. Ocean Ramsey, by the way, easy on the eyes.
Oh, yeah.
Going to throw that out there just in case you cared, but you should.
I'm going to have to look at her.
She got a lot of followers, and she's giving everybody tips. Okay, kids, tips. Now, this does not work for the Gators. I will teach you that because I'm more of a Gator guy because I've had Gators and Crocs growing up as a kid. All right, let's hear what she's got to say.
So part of the reason I do what I do is so that I can teach people how to be safer in the water, how to coexist. And I certainly don't want people to just jump in the water without knowing what they're doing, but I have to believe that the general public does have a certain level of common sense when it comes.
Well, she lost me there. You have to believe that people have a general common sense? Ma'am, have you met people? So you think that. How would they stop a shark coming at you?
One expert says it should never come to that.
I want to prove to the world that they're not monsters.
Ocean Ramsey is a shark conservationist and the subject of the new Netflix documentary Shark Whisperer.
I'll put myself out there for a cause.
She recently posted this video showing how to redirect a shark if it's coming at you.
Place your hand on top of the shark's head and immediately lock out your elbow.
No problem.
As you push down and move off to the side.
She says the inspiration for her technique came from working with horses.
So horses could trample you, they could step on your toes, they could kick you and kill you, and they're absolutely amazing too.
She says it's crucial to stay calm because if you're excited in the water, you're at greater risk.
So, in saying that, and we're going to surmise this, if you're in the water and it's a little murky and the shark comes from underneath and hammers you, remember to spin around and put your hand out and say, no. No. She's able to do that because if I was to ever swim with a great white shark, she does it in crystal clear water where the sharks can see you. So she's not really worried. That's not going to happen in real life. In real life, don't swim in murky water. Don't swim at dusk and dawn. And you should be okay. Yeah, every once in a while, you know what? They may pick you off. It may happen, but it's not always. Now, I'm going to teach you about the gators should you ever be picked up on accident by ice. Gators love to eat humans and anything else, so know that. Secondly, they don't see well going forward, if at all. That's why they always turn their head sideways when they bite, so know that. Third, if you get caught by a gator and there's nobody around and it's big, you're going to die. You're welcome. Click here.
Unless you can negotiate your way out of it.
Click here for more tips. No, they're going to, if they get a hold of you, they're going to try that death roll thing. Usually they reserve that for later. The death roll, they talk about it, but a lot of times what happens is if a gator takes something, they'll take something big, they'll stick it underneath something, they'll let it get bloated, and that's when it floats up, and then they spin and tear off bits and pieces of it.
Yeah, because that's the only way they can pull a carcass apart.
Yeah, so that's so you don't have to worry about any of these things. All right, we're helping you here. Now, we want you to be safe, right? So, Ken, tell us how to get away from a bear.
Don't go where they are.
There you go. Kids.
Perfect answer.
That's right there. That right there is exactly it. Oh, and another thing about gators, if you're on land and you think you can outrun them, you can if you're far enough away, but if they're short, they move fast.
Yeah, they can move 10 feet
in a
really
second.
quickly.
Especially if they're launching out of the water.
Yeah, absolutely. So we just want to make you, we're taking care of you guys. That's what we do here. People don't understand that. I like that, Ken. Don't go near it.
But if you run into Bigfoot, though, it's a whole different set of circumstances.
First of all, get a picture because we're not going to believe it unless you get a picture.
That's right. Got to have pic.
This isn't 50 years ago when nobody had a camera, all right? Everybody's got a camera. Even if you have no service, you have a camera. Okay? We want you to be safe. That's Trump's next thing. Found out where Bigfoot is. We're building a place where there's angry Bigfoots. If they try to escape, it's over. Bigfoot will tear them apart. Then they'll really be deported from life.
We're going to make Bigfoot the warden.
Oh, God, I tell you what. Can you believe they passed the big, giant, huge, beautiful bill? You know what kind of bill it is? And I said this earlier. It's not a, you know how you meet somebody, like, what's she like? She's got a great personality. Nope, she's just big and kind of mean. She'll spend all your money.
Well, she tells you how unlikable you are.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Somebody said once their mouth is shut, you can hold it pretty much. Oh, yeah, that's easy to do. That's why you see people tape them. Their jaws, the power of their jaws going down, ferocious. The power of them going up, nothing. You could easily sit on it. You can put your hands down.
Right.
You could stop it. Now, again, if it's a bear, what's the old saying? If it's white, like when it comes to a bear, you're gonna, if it's like if you're white, you're gonna die. If it's brown, you fight back or something like that. Just stay away from animals, people. That's all we're saying.
If it's a bear, you're going to die too.
Yeah, and don't listen to their ridiculous gibberish where they say, hey, if it's a bear, lay down.
Yeah, even those little 300-pound black bears have claws the size of steak knives.
Yeah, that's it. Exactly, kids. We keep you safe here. It's what we do. Coming up, hour number 2 of what will be a lot more. We got 4 more hours. Chad Benson Show, Super Talk 987.
Three o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. And right now in Tennessee, it's July 1st. That means 177 new laws are in effect as of today, covering a wide range of topics, including education, immigration, and the criminal justice system. One of these new laws makes it a felony to transport or conceal an illegal immigrant from law enforcement. And Culleoka, Republican State Rep Scott Sapicki came on WTN today, says he's working on legislation for next year. He says ends the gravy train for businesses hiring illegal immigrants.
We get a report in the General Assembly every year of businesses that violate the E-Verify codes, right? And they're fines, and the businesses just pay them because they're not that hefty. And the other problem we have is we've created a special group of business that if you're below 5 employees, you don't have to do E-Verify if they don't produce a passport or a birth certificate from the U.S. or a paperwork that shows that they're here legally to work.
Sapicki says this new legislation mandates E-Verify for every business with fines to the point somebody's going to lose their business for noncompliance. In our nation's capital.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Michelle Franzen. After weeks of wrangling and infighting and a marathon vote-a-rama session over proposed cuts to Medicaid, Senate Republicans a short time ago passing the massive budget package.
On this vote, the yeas are 50. The nays are 50.
The vote, mostly along party lines, Vice President J.D. Vance casting the tie-breaking vote. ABC's Stephen Portnoy has more.
After a marathon voting session that lasted more than 26 hours, the Senate passed the massive measure by the slimmest of margins. 3 GOP senators voted against it, but Vice President J.D. Vance cast the tie-breaking vote in favor. The bill now goes back to the House, where conservatives and moderates have their own issues with some of the changes that have been made by the Senate, including a $5 trillion increase in the debt ceiling and a Congressional Budget Office price tag in excess of $3 trillion.
President Trump championing the mega bill he calls the big beautiful bill that advances his domestic agenda. This is ABC News.
U.S. Senators Marsha Blackburn and Bill Hagerty hailing the bill's passage. Hagerty saying it bolsters the American economy through investments in job growth, tax relief for families and businesses. Blackburn claims it spares Tennesseans from a $2,600 tax increase and loss of 129,000 jobs next year. Jimmy Swaggart's died at the age of 90. ABC's Sherry Preston with more on what he may be best remembered for, a downfall in the late 80s.
Jimmy Swaggart grew up poor in rural Faraday, Louisiana, and once said he was so moved his hair tingled when he first heard the word of the Lord when he was 8. He would go on to become one of the biggest TV preachers in the world when in 1988 he was caught in a sex scandal.
And I would ask that your precious...
He wept while apologizing, then resigned from the Assemblies of God. Another scandal would follow, but Swaggart kept on preaching, sometimes with his son Donnie. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. Real slow going eastbound East Loop at downtown. Now, we've got a crash reported on 24 eastbound at I-440. Another one 65 northbound at Wedgwood Avenue, then 24 westbound at Harding Place. And that's why you're going real slow there on 24 at Harding Place there because of that crash there. Also, eastbound 24 is really slow there from 440. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
What is up, party people? So normally, Chris would be in here for Matt, because Matt, of course, is still rehabbing. But I'm in, Chad, who is normally before Matt. But I filled in on my show because Chris had to go somewhere. It's all bajiggity right now, people. Just want to let you guys know that. Earlier today, something happened that was monumentous, incredible. I mean, incredible. It happened, kid. You ready for this? This. Everybody, gather around.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50. The Senate being evenly divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative. The bill as amended is passed.
Affirmative right there on the affirmative. So it passed, the mega bill. Trump still has a dream. Do you think he's going to get it, Ken? Do you think the dream will land on Friday or Thursday? Or what? Do you think? I don't even know. Because if you guys don't know this, Trump wants this done by July 4th. It must be done. He's got a belief that he can get this done by July 4th so he can do all of the things. Because he wants to sign it on July 4th. He wants to come down, rappelling from a helicopter, music blaring, tank top shirt to show the guns, the Resolute desk outside, eagle in one hand, pen in its beak. He drops 20 feet right into his chair. Remember, all directed by Michael Bay. And once he signs it, it clicks the fireworks to go off. Then you've got the likes of Kid Rock. And then over here, what do you have? You have Lee Greenwood and then you have Ted Nugent. All playing their hearts out. It's going to happen. Now, is it good for America? That's the only thing I care about. Is this good for America? That's it. That's the only thing that should matter. What's it going to cost us? Is it good for us? I don't know what it's going to cost us. What I do know is it's big. It seems like there's a lot of pork in this thing. And remember, this has to go down now to the House. And then they have to go through the rules. And then from the rules, they have to go back out onto the floor and debate it. But it feels very Porky Pig.
One thing that's for certain is that next year the deficit will be bigger than this year. The bill includes over $500 billion in new spending. And at the end, to get the vote of the Alaska senator, billions and billions and billions more were added.
And that's not good. You're going to have to look at your kids tonight and say, hey, guess what? I took out massive loans in your name. You excited? Are you? Are you pumped? Are you pumped for what you got? Probably not. He's excited, as he would be, right? Like Trump should be super excited. He's getting this thing that he wants. Some of this stuff is good, but guys, we have to look at this thing realistically and say there's a lot of stuff in here that feels kind of porky. It feels kind of ugly. And it feels like we're going to have to figure out how we pay this thing back. And somebody, and paying it back, we're borrowing money we don't have already. We got a good, we're according to the CBO, but let's just take away the CBO. the other 28 things that have come out outside of the Republicans one, they've all said this is going to add debt. And the debt itself, take away just the debt. Think about the interest alone. We're going to be at a point where our interest is going to be as high as the services on things like the military and all our other services. We can't have that. That is not safe. That is not sane. And that is not going to get us to where we want to go, which is somewhat debt-free. But everybody wants their carve-out. Everybody wants their little porkity-pork.
There was a time in which they had to make a decision dealing with me and reducing the debt ceiling or giving pork and subsidies to Alaska. They chose to add more pork and subsidies for Alaska to secure that vote.
And there is pork in here. Now, what's it look like? Here's the thing, though, that should matter. It's 940 pages. There's a lot of that stuff that Elon was supposed to get rid of really isn't gone. There's still a lot of money out there for that. There's also understanding that it's going to go from here back through the House, and they're going to debate, and then it may have to go to reconciliation, all that. So what the final bill looks like, I don't know. But we're, once again, adding more money to things, and all you need to care about is the first 3 years. And we've talked about it, if you listen to my show, we've talked about this. The other, when they always say they look out for 10 years, why it doesn't matter is because things are going to change. We could go into a serious recession. They could have to figure out how to raise taxes, which, Trump will never do. But next thing you know, the Democrats may be in charge, and then they could undo a lot of this stuff. So there's plenty of these things that could get undone. So you have to really look at what you have now. And what you have now is 3 years of Trump that you have. And depending on how this thing plays itself out for the Republicans, maybe till next year or maybe another 3 years of the Republicans in charge. And when I hear people, like Lisa, all these people talking about the rhinos, they're this, that, we look at it on a national stage. So when you look at somebody like Lisa Murkowski or any of these other people, what are they? Well, they're not ours, right? This is a red state. Yeah, her politics wouldn't fly here, but you know what? A lot of people's politics wouldn't fly there. So you have to realize these are the people that are on your team. And oddly enough, we vote for people, we send them to Washington. They're going to have an influence on a national level, even though they're representing a district or a state. It's the beauty of our country. But while people get mad at them, their state operates autonomously on its own, and people there may not be thrilled by being hardcore one way or another. A lot of these states are purple. So we'll see what it looks like, because I don't know what it looks like. And then the big thing, let's just say it comes out and it looks like this, and it's going to add trillions of dollars, and great, we got tax cuts. How much of that do we need? Take away the rich. You could have given it to the middle class and let the riches expire. I'd have been fine with that. Who doesn't want the middle class to get more? So now what? Well, now we see how it works out in real life, because that's going to be the ultimate decider. If it affects you in a positive way, you're going to have a positive effect on it. You're going to, this is great. If it affects you negatively, if you're on certain things, whether you're on Medicaid or you're on any of this other stuff that could be affected, EBT food stamps or, anything like that, and it affects you negatively, or you get into a position where you thought this was covered, but it's not covered anymore, that's when it affects you. Right now, it's just all hypotheticals. That's it. We are here all day up until 7 o'clock. So, Ken, explain to me how this works here. So I got Ken, I got Jackson here. Explain to me how this works. There's traffic now? I got to do traffic reports? How's this work?
I got to do traffic reports.
Oh, okay, good.
I think Chad should do a traffic report.
I'll do a traffic report. I will.
Look out!
So, look out. That's your traffic report, dude?
Yeah.
I got you one. It's bumper to bumper everywhere downtown.
Barbecue. Use a barbecue. If something's on fire, it's a barbecue on the side of the road. That's a good one.
Did you see the woman this morning on 24?
No, what was she doing?
The slow speed chase?
Oh, the slow.
4.5 hours.
Is that what that was?
4.5? I did not know how long this was. 4.5 hours?
Yeah.
How'd she not run out of gas? What was she driving?
I don't know what she was driving. Looked like a sedan of some sort. Police came upon a vehicle in Old Hickory around 3 o'clock this morning.
Old Hickory, that's where I grew up.
Yeah, well, when they went to and this is cop talk, whenever they went to make contact with the driver, she sped away and nearly ran over 2 cops. So speeds went from 50 miles per hour to 5 miles per hour after spike strips were used to flatten her tires. But she just kept going.
She just kept going.
Just kept going. So it was a 5-mile-per-hour chase for like 4.5 hours.
Where were they going? Where'd they end up?
They ended up on 24 up by Briley Parkway. That's where troopers finally pinned the vehicle. But I think what they were worried about is they didn't know what was in the car.
So would you could there be a bomb? Could
Something
there be something like that? Okay.
Yeah, maybe something like that. So they, as long as she's only going like 5 miles per hour, from what I understand, hearing Jones report this morning, at one point she stopped the car and got out and put a hat on, then got back in and kept going.
And why did you have to get out to put a hat on?
I don't know.
Maybe he was in the trunk.
Why did they not at that point in time go, I think this is the time?
I don't know.
They must.
They haven't given a press conference.
I was going to say, there's no tip, nothing about this. There's no. We really don't know if she was a great thief or going to blow up the world. Still nothing.
Yeah, they didn't know anything about her apparently because the car was stolen.
Ooh, man.
It was an elderly woman, correct?
Somebody said
no,
big
she's
old
28
woman.
years old.
Big old woman is what somebody described her as.
Yeah,
big
she was out on probation for I think it was credit card theft and car theft.
Ken, did she work at Whataburger?
No,
I don't know, man.
Did they catch the Whataburger lady from yesterday?
No.
I think she might still be out there, Brother Jackson.
Speaking of Whataburger, by the way, they came earlier today, dropped us off a bunch of lemonade. They got their new prickly peach, prickly pear, prickly lemon.
That sounds good.
Yeah, there's some in there. Delicious. Fantastic.
Yummy.
It's really big. It's big and delicious. You guys are going to love it. We're going to have it at the signing, which is going to be huge, Ken. It's going to be the biggest signing of all time.
We're going to give it to the inmates at Alligator Alcatraz on Wednesdays.
Oh, my God. Can you believe? We're so much stuff still to talk about today. Alligator Alcatraz. That is, you guys are all around the world. You're just jealous because we have Alligator Alcatraz coming up. So much stuff still to get to. And Jackson, we'll do it here because we're going to have fun. We like to have fun on the show. So if you guys listen for Matt and you want super serious all the time, I know Matt's not that. That's the beauty of Matt. We're going to do Hot Take Tuesday. We should do that, right, Ken? You ready for some Hot Take Tuesday? Hot Take Tuesday. Jackson, if you don't know, we give a hot take about something ridiculous that, like last week, I said I never thought the Beatles were very good. I just didn't like the Beatles.
Okay.
All right, so think of a hot take.
What time do we do that?
We're going to come back and we're going to throw out our hot takes. And we want everybody else to give a hot take. But it's got to be specific to what we're talking about. So we're going to do that. The text line's wide open. I'm filling in for Matt, who just tweeted at us very nicely. Chris would be here normally. He'll be back tomorrow, but he had something to do today, so I decided to finish a portion of my show and carry us all the way through until 7 o'clock tonight. My name's Chad, but you guys know that because you see us here all the time. If you miss any of the show, we always say shame on you. Make sure you grab all the podcasts. It's Chad in for Matt on The Matt Murphy Show.
We've got reaction to the big, beautiful bill clearing the Senate, and police have identified the suspect from that slow speed chase this morning, about 4.5 hours long, backing up rush hour traffic here in Nashville. That's at 3:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
This is the Matt Murphy Show. I am Chad, normally on noon to 3. Normally Chris is here. Chris had to do something. We've been moving around all day. You've got me till 4 o'clock. Somebody said, oh, great, the liberal is here. I'm not the liberal. What are you talking about? What's wrong with you people? You're negative about the bill. No, I'm positive about America, and I'm positive America's got to pay this back. And we need to be honest. Why can't we be? What is everybody afraid of about being honest? That maybe not everything that every side does is perfect. Maybe there's a lot in here. You mean, even Lisa Murkowski, who, by the way, voted on it, said that this was a travesty of justice, I say. Of justice. What's up there, Jackson? So I have had today, I've not worked with Jackson.
We see each other in the hallway often.
All the time. How old are you, brother?
I'm 25.
25. Do you remember that, Ken? Remember 25?
I do. Nothing hurt.
Nothing hurt. Nowadays, man, everything hurts. You sneeze, you're like, I don't think I could go out tonight, guys. I threw my back out.
I reach for a coffee cup and pull a muscle.
Oh, take a nap. Wait till you get to those days, man.
Oh, yeah.
You take a nap, and then you wake up, and you're in the most pain. You have no idea why.
Hurting a little bit today.
Why?
Dog sitting.
Oh, yeah. Brother Jackson's got a side hustle.
What is it? So, all right, explain this to us, you little dog sitter.
Yeah, so I just, take care of people's dogs when they go on vacation. Got tackled by a golden retriever last night.
Oh, good. Did he use good form? Did he drive, as Ken likes to say? Did he get down low and drive?
He took me out.
Good pad level.
Good pad level.
Great pad level. Just got me. He was I had a toy. He was running alongside me. Took out the knee, and I just went down.
Took out the knee, and away you went. Did you tear anything?
No.
Are we going to have to do anything for you? Do you need anything? Should we get Bell?
Pride was hurt, but luckily nobody was there.
Oh, good. Thank God. That's more embarrassing than anything, right? You don't want anybody to see you eat it.
Just the dog standing over me.
Well, it's okay. He filmed it. He filmed it. He absolutely filmed it. We do something on our show called Hot Take Tuesday, where we throw out something ridiculous. All right? Hot Take Tuesday is, like last week, my hot take was, I think the Beatles are overrated. I never really liked the Beatles. They weren't a big deal. And this week, we're doing another hot take. It's going to be about movies. Overrated movies. My hot take is, never liked The Godfather. I thought it was super overrated. It was a whole bunch of actors acting, and I felt like but acting to the point where I felt like it was more of a demo reel at times for them than anything else. All right, Jackson, what's your overrated movie?
Overrated movie. I feel like a lot of the Marvel movies are overrated. I feel like there were a couple of really good ones, but ever since, they have been supremely overrated. I saw the most recent one in theaters. I feel like that one's overrated. I feel like it was an okay movie, but it's very overrated. I don't think they've made a good movie since the last Spider-Man film, and even that one's a little overrated.
After Stan Lee passed, they stink.
Isn't it weird? Right? Because it's not like he
wasn't involved,
but it was just his. You had to take him into account.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess you did. Like, he's looking at you. The Godfather himself. By the way, somebody said Avatar. That movie sucks. It's Dances with Wolves in Space.
That's a good one. Avatar. I watched that movie once when it first came out. I was like 9 years old.
Terrible.
Never had an interest to watch it again.
I have to be honest. I have no idea why it made $2 billion, $3 billion. I have no idea.
I don't either, man. Wasn't it one of those, at the time, that kind of technology was new, and so everybody was really into the visuals?
That's the way he does stuff. So, the movie Terminator, if you guys know anything about James Cameron, I got to go see Terminator 2 with my uncle in 3 months before it came out. With James Cameron in a thing they were doing for AFI. And then he took lessons. I mean, he took questions and answers afterwards. He said, so much of the stuff that I want to do, I have to create the technology to do it. And that's what you said right there with the Avatar. All of that's brand new. None of that technology existed before him. But I don't know why it's $3 billion worth of crap. But The Godfather, So over. Man, a lot of Star Wars.
I think with Avatar, it's the spectacle.
Yeah,
because he's creating all this technology.
Yeah.
The movie is terrible. Like, if it didn't have all of this technology and cool visual effects and things people haven't seen on a movie screen before, I don't think it would be making the money that it does, because I just don't think the premise is that interesting.
No, I don't think so either.
It's been done 100 times.
How many times can I watch a guy in his weird hair get sucked into some sort of animal's hair and it becomes fused? I don't even know. I watched a portion of the first one. I thought, this is stupid.
Why are they blue?
And why are they blue?
Why is it 3 hours long?
Why are we on their planet ruining their planet?
That's what humans do.
That's what we do, right? We're awful. Let us know what you guys think. The worst movie, the most overrated movie you've ever seen. It's a hot take, though. Not like it's where everybody loved it. It's like a TV show, The Wire. If you tell me to see it, I will guarantee you 100% I will never watch that show or movie.
That's me.
Right? Breaking Bad? Nope. The Wire?
You
never saw
that. Yeah, Breaking Bad's great. I'm not going to lie. I didn't buy into the hype for a long time. I watched it last year. Great show.
So, man, some people are mad about Star Wars. They don't like Star Wars. People are being honest about it. We like that.
I mean, they've ruined it.
Well, yeah, but the original Star Wars is what they don't like.
Oh, the original.
The original. The Big Lebowski.
Never seen it.
Oh, I got to disagree there.
Porky's. Man. Oh, how do you not like Porky's? That was every young man in the 80s' first real opportunity to see nudity.
Yeah.
So, what movie do you think is overrated, even though everybody loves it? It's Hot Take Tuesday. A lot of stuff still to get to. We'll talk a little about Elon and Trump fighting again. I think Trump kind of hinted at, well, maybe we'll deport you, which is hilarious. We'll talk a little bit about that. Some more of the big, beautiful bill. A bunch of other stuff to get to. And it's Bobby Bonilla Day, which, Jackson, I know you love. You know Bobby Bonilla Day is, right?
Oh, yeah.
We're going to talk about that as well. If you don't know what it is, fantastic. It's Chad Benson in for Matt Murphy. This is Super Talk 99.7.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. President Trump, after the U.S. Senate passed the big, beautiful bill act of tax cuts, border security, spending measures today.
It's a great bill. There is something for everyone, and I think it's going to go very nicely in the House. Actually, I think it will be easier in the House than it was in the Senate.
Well, not if you're asking a Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries there in the House.
Shame on Senate Republicans for passing this disgusting abomination, and shame on House Republicans for continuing to bend the knee to Donald Trump's extreme agenda.
At Tennessee, U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn says the bill spares Tennesseans a $2,600 tax increase and the loss of 129,000 jobs next year. Now it goes back to the House for reconciliation, and if no more changes are made, it goes to Trump to sign. Here in Nashville, a woman is in custody after a slow-moving pursuit in a stolen car that started around 3 o'clock this morning, beginning when officers came across the vehicle in Old Hickory and the woman asleep inside, waking up and then speeding away, nearly running over 2 cops in the process. The chase went from 50 miles per hour to 5 miles per hour after spike strips flattened the tires.
It stayed slow but dangerous at one point. The driver weaving across all 4 lanes of I-24. She eventually hit a guardrail, sending car parts flying and forcing TDOT crews to shut down all lanes of traffic to clean up that debris. The chase ended when THP pinned the vehicle against a guardrail near Briley Parkway. That woman was then taken into custody.
Yeah, that backed up I-24 for miles. Metro Police identifies the driver as 28-year-old Caitlin Gale Ray, who is on probation for a forgery conviction, also had an outstanding vehicle theft warrant. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. All right, TDOT says there is a crash on the right shoulder, 24 westbound past Harding Place. Then in Lebanon, TDOT says there's a crash 40 eastbound just past 840. And back here in Nashville, left shoulder blocked by a crash 65 southbound at Trinity Lane. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is the Matt Murphy Show. I am Chad Benson. In for Chris Hand, who was in for Matt Murphy. And Chris was then in for me for a little while. Then I finished up hosting my show. Chris will be back here tomorrow, and then Matt should be back on Monday after his surgery. He just tweeted at me. He's doing fine, doing much better. Just a little bit much. Right?
That's the way to go, Brother Murphy.
That's it. By the way, are you saying there's some breaking news out of the whole P. Diddy thing?
Oh, yeah?
You think there was another note sent to the judge. It's like, how long do we have to be here? Hey, can I see those videos again?
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Yeah. Not quite sure what I saw.
Dude, I'm with you, man. I don't think he's going to get convicted of everything.
What do they say? The longer it goes, the better it is?
Yeah, the longer it goes, the better it is for the defense.
Okay.
Because then they're getting down to, there's a lot of doubt.
Yeah.
And I think there's doubt because you can't, people saying they regret something now for something they did years ago, and it looked like, at least it looked like, in the way the defense spun it, is they did it willingly. Because they had text messages and phone calls and stuff like that where they participated. Now, you could say he's awful and horrible, but you still stuck around. And so that's the way that they're going to view this is, you guys participated, and being freaky ain't a crime. And they dropped the arson, and they dropped the kidnapping, and a few of the other things. So they're going after racketeering. And one of the things, if you think about this, everybody thinks that a reasonable doubt means you have to be 100% certain that that person didn't do it. It doesn't. It means that, hey, you know what? I believe 51% of me thinks he's guilty. 49% of me thinks he might not be guilty. That's reasonable doubt. So I wonder if they'll get a hung jury.
And then what happens?
Then they would have to decide if they're going to refile and retry the case. And they've got to go to then you have to go to who? You've got to go to all of the witnesses and said, are you willing to do this again? Because they may say, you know what? We tried. It didn't happen. And some of those witnesses, then, Diddy and them could try to settle with him out of court, get him to shut up. So, man, I feel I'm leaning right now. If it goes through, I'm telling you, if he gets through tomorrow with nothing, I think we'll either see a hung jury or he's going to be found not guilty of most things.
Interesting.
And I don't know if there's anything else out there they're going to charge him with. And if there's any other cases, kind of like, what's his name? Weinstein.
Oh, yeah.
You know, just because he was guilty or not guilty on one case doesn't mean there's not 12 other ones behind him. So I don't know, but it would mean that this case right here with all of them would be done. So they say, jury says it has verdict on some counts, but not all. And you need all. You can't just come in and go, we decided 3 of these we didn't really care about. They didn't really interest us. Most of us weren't even paying attention, but the other stuff we got. So we'll find out what they're going to do. And if he is not, or if he is, he'd be, even if he's guilty on a few of these cases and they're the less of the serious, he'd probably be out tonight on bail because they're not going to hold him for that. So we'll see. We will let you know. Meanwhile, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, a guy by the name of Elon Musk and Trump are fighting again. This is Steve Bannon, who said the same thing I said, and then when I said it, everybody yelled at me, which is it's not if but when they're going to fight.
Elon Musk is out, and he's... Not that I told you this was going to happen, but he's out lighting up the president and lighting up MAGA and claiming that it's time for a third party and that this is, he calls it, I think, in all his maturity, the Porky Pig bill. He's going on about the spending, hammering it. And this is what galls me about this. This was the guy that told the president he was going to get $2 trillion of waste, fraud, and abuse cuts. Then he backed it off to $1 trillion. And this was on an annual basis. This wasn't over 10 years. This was $1 trillion because we asked him, I made sure the question was asked very specifically. And he said it over and over again, $1 trillion. And at the end of the day, I don't know, folks, I know some of you fanboys said we got 160, but we haven't seen the $160 billion. What we do is have a $9 billion rescission, and all of that is programmatic. I haven't seen anything specifically fraud and abuse put forward from the Pentagon or anywhere. So
No, I haven't seen any of that. Hell, they haven't even audited the Pentagon in years where they've got an audit back. So that isn't just a Elon thing. But Elon came out overnight and said that if you pass this and you're a Republican that votes for it, I'm going to come for you. We need to start a third party. Then Trump came out and tore him a new one. Said Elon Musk knew long before he so strongly endorsed me for president that I was strongly against the EV mandates. It is ridiculous and was always a major part of my campaign. Electric cars are fine, but not everyone should be forced to own one. Elon may get more subsidies than any other human being in history by far, and more subsidies. Elon would probably have to close up shop, head back home to South Africa, no more rocket launches, satellites, or electric car production, and our country would save a fortune. Perhaps we should have Doge take a good hard look at this. Big money to be saved. You knew this was coming. They kind of made up a little bit, but there was never coming back the tweet that's like, and Trump's a molester. Like, you weren't walking that one off. You weren't. And if you guys remember that, that's when Elon came out and said the reason we don't have Epstein is because of Trump. That was always going to be a hard one to walk back. I think it's ugly. I think the bill is ugly. And because it's not serious. Here's the thing. It's a spending bill that's not serious about cutting. Everybody wants a little something. Everybody got a little something because the one thing that most people agree on, I guarantee you there are Democrats who got stuff and will benefit from this because that's the way it works, even though they didn't vote for it. They were always going to fight, though. You can't have King Kong and Godzilla in the same room and not expect them to fight. Just can't happen. And this is what happens. And here's the other thing. I don't think for a second Elon would head over to South Africa. You know where he'd go? China. They'd probably welcome him in it in major ways. So, no, we don't want to see that go away. But, you know, yeah, the EV thing, I don't even know how much of it's an EV thing. I think he looks and thinks, everybody hates my brand. Everybody hates me. People burn down buildings and cars of Tesla. And, oh, by the way, they did that, and they had even nothing to do with me. I got kicked around and spit out. And at the end of the day, this is what happens. So you knew it was going to come at some point in time. So no tax on tips, Epstein files, a lot of people chiming in on that. So a lot of people chimed in, guys, on the most overrated movies. Man, Star Wars. People hate Star Wars.
Yeah.
I was surprised. Dances with Wolves was also something everybody hated. And you know what else? Because it's Hot Take Tuesday. We do that on my show where you give a hot take. Today, it's movies. What movie's completely overrated and stupid? I said The Godfather. Jackson said,
I went Marvel, but I'd like to change my vote to Avatar. We got in a
Avatar.
Nice conversation about
Avatar.
that.
And Ken, you went with?
I was actually going to say Avatar.
Avatar. Somebody said it's Fern Gully.
I sat through that 3-hour abomination with somebody next to me who smacked popcorn and slurped Coca-Cola the entire time.
Well, Ken, I had a nice time.
I don't think that was very nice there, Ken. I didn't know Jackson sat next to you. You know, to me, when I watched Avatar, the bit I have watched, I haven't watched the whole thing because that's who I am. I watched enough to go, it feels like it is a video game trailer kind of thing. It's not a movie.
That's 3 hours long.
That's 3 hours. Imagine going to watch something that it's an art piece that's 3 hours long. That's what it is. Howard the Duck is not. Who could say Howard the Duck is overrated? Ron, you were fooling yourself. Pulp Fiction. Ooh, somebody threw out a Pulp Fiction. I liked Pulp Fiction.
I loved Pulp Fiction.
That was a great movie.
I'm
Never
telling
seen
you,
it.
man, that scene.
Oh,
you know what scene I'm talking about?
We got some people about to get medieval up in here.
Who is Zed? Zed's dead, honey.
That movie was great.
It was, man.
You've never seen Pulp Fiction?
No.
Oh, Jackson.
You should watch it. Jackson, you should watch it.
Yeah.
It is a brilliant movie with intertwining stories that are mesmerizing, incredible. And then you can let us know if you hate it or not. There we go. So, yeah, definitely, man, Avatars. The Titanic also. E.T. was dumb. V for Vendetta was the worst. Suicide Squad, 50 Shades of Grey. You know why 50 Shades of Grey was bad? Because of who was in it. It was Dakota Johnson. She's the worst actress on the planet. The worst. And I'm not even. I saw that movie, Madam Spider, or whatever, Madam Web.
Oh, that's like one of the worst movies they've put out in a long time.
She is so bad. As God is my witness, I think they have cue cards in front of her, and she's trying to. You can like see her trying to. She's awful.
They were like in like her other castmates, not on her, but on the movie. They were crapping on it before it even came out.
Yeah, it was horrible. Yeah, they knew because they knew how horrible. And to this day, I have no idea what the movie's about. There's no bad guy in it, really. There's nothing.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah.
Oh,
it was on Netflix free. I was sitting around one day, I'll turn it on, and I'm watching it. I'm like, this is horrible. I'm going to talk about it tomorrow. I watched the whole thing, and to this day, I have no idea what it's about. I think there's a bad guy, but I'm not quite sure because he kind of appears at the end. But I think they were hoping, well, this is going to go great, so we'll have a sequel. It's never going to have a sequel. The Titanic has a better chance of having a sequel.
They could do it on the submarine.
They could.
Titanic 2.
That's out,
The Depths.
actually. That Ocean Gate thing is out on the old Netflix. Let us know, guys. We're talking about, oh, my God, really? Twilight? How dare you?
Are you a Twilight fan?
Oh, I'll tell you my story when we come back about Twilight. It is fantastic. It is great. Okay, let's see here. It's federal trial of Diddy Combs, racketeering, conspiracy, all of these things. They've got some of these. I think they're asking the judge, do we really have to get them all? Do we have to do the whole thing? Oh, guys.
So it's all or nothing?
I think that might be it. So you know where you go. We're going to go check with TMZ and find out what's going on there. We'll get back to you. A lot of stuff going on today. And we'll talk about the big, beautiful bill. Trump went and saw alligators, right, that may eat illegal immigrants. We don't know. It's all happening, kids. It's a Tuesday. It's Chad Benson in for Chris, who was in for Matt on the Matt Murphy Show.
We've got reaction to the U.S. Senate passing the big, beautiful bill. Jimmy Swaggart has died, and police have identified the suspect who led them on a slow speed, 4.5-hour chase, backing up rush hour traffic this morning in Nashville. These stories and more at 4 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right. They have reached a verdict on all but one.
Yeah, 4 of 5 counts.
And it looks like they're going to announce that. Racketeering and conspiracy, arguably that's the big, that's kind of the one where it encompasses a lot of this. So they can come out with a partial verdict, which is probably what they're going to do for Diddy. And then they will either try to plea it down, or they may retrial it, or they may do nothing, depending on what happens here. I think if they found him not guilty in the other ones, I doubt they'd go forward. Well, your racketeering thing falls apart. Gonna be interesting. Could Diddy be home tonight? Could he?
That'd be something.
If you're Diddy and you're found not guilty, and the chance of maybe other things hanging over you, but they tell you you're free to go, you hopping on an airplane and just bouncing and never coming back here again? Yeah? What do you think? Maybe?
It would cross my mind. That's all I can say.
I'd go to dinner.
Yeah.
Go to dinner. Yeah. Where would you go to dinner at? I don't know.
McDonald's.
Wherever they don't.
I'd be so freaking happy.
Wherever they don't extradite.
Yeah, exactly.
So racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage in prosecution. So if you're not getting the racketeering conspiracy, I would find it hard to believe that you're going to get the other ones. You may not get sex trafficking. You may get transportation to engage in prostitution. I don't know. He could be free. It could be free. And it shows you once again, kids, money buys you what you need. When people say it's black and white, say it's green. At the end of the day, it's green. Because I can almost guarantee you his third-year lawyer, who would have been handed the case as the senior defense attorney for the District of Manhattan or wherever he was at, would probably not have done this. He had a fleet of attorneys. But we'll see. So they said they are back with verdicts on all but one. And that's arguably maybe the biggest one, racketeering conspiracy. So we shall see. P. Diddy, will he be free? Will he not be free? Coming up, a lot of stuff to get to in the next hour. We'll talk a little bit more about the big, beautiful bill. What could we do to try to get a balanced budget? I got an idea. I'm going to throw it out there to you guys. We're also talking about Hot Take Tuesday. This is where you tell us via the text line. You can tweet at us too, at Chad Benson Show. The movie that's the most overrated. So far, Avatar, Star Wars are running the day. I think The Godfather, so overrated. We'll talk about that later, too. It is Chad in for Chris, in for Matt, right here on Super Talk 99.7.
Four o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. And the jury in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial says it has reached a verdict, not on all of the counts, but 4 of the 5 counts against the hip-hop mogul. Unable to reach a decision on the top charge, racketeering and conspiracy, but they are going to continue to deliberate to see if they can come to some sort of agreement on whether he's guilty or not guilty.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Michelle Franzen. After weeks of wrangling and infighting and a marathon vote-a-rama session over proposed cuts to Medicaid, Senate Republicans a short time ago passing the massive budget package.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, The nays are 50.
The vote, mostly along party lines, Vice President J.D. Vance casting the tie-breaking vote. ABC's Stephen Portnoy has more.
After a marathon voting session that lasted more than 26 hours, the Senate passed the massive measure by the slimmest of margins. 3 GOP senators voted against it, but Vice President J.D. Vance cast the tie-breaking vote in favor. The bill now goes back to the House, where conservatives and moderates have their own issues with some of the changes that have been made by the Senate, including a $5 trillion increase in the debt ceiling and a Congressional Budget Office price tag in excess of $3 trillion.
President Trump championing the mega bill he calls the big beautiful bill that advances his domestic agenda.
Tennessee
This
U.S.
is ABC News.
Tennessee U.S. Senators Marsha Blackburn and Bill Hagerty hailing its passage. Hagerty saying it bolsters the American economy through investments in job growth, tax relief. Senator Blackburn says it spares Tennesseans from a $2,600 tax increase, loss of 129,000 jobs next year. And she says she was able to amend it to keep it from restricting states' AI regulations. She says could allow big tech to continue to exploit kids, creators, and conservatives. Televangelist Jimmy Swaggart has died.
The mission of the Church of the Living God today is to live for Jesus.
Born to a preacher in Faraday, Louisiana, first cousins with singers Jerry Lee Lewis and Mickey Gilley, Jimmy Swaggart claimed to have first heard the Word of God when he was 8. His fiery Pentecostal preaching and gospel singing grew a massive television following, and then, in 1988, Swaggart was caught on camera with a New Orleans prostitute. A tearful TV apology followed.
I have sinned against you, my Lord.
He resigned from the Assemblies of God but kept his ministry going. Jimmy Swaggart was 90 years old. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Here in Nashville, a woman in custody after that slow-moving pursuit in a stolen car that started at 3 o'clock this morning and didn't end until 4.5 hours later, backing up rush hour traffic 4 miles. Metro Police identifying the driver as 28-year-old Caitlin Gale Ray, who's on probation for a forgery conviction, convictions for aggravated burglary in Cheatham County, cocaine possession in Rutherford County, criminal simulation in Wilson County, and multiple theft convictions in Davidson County. And at the time of her arrest today, she also had an outstanding warrant for vehicle theft involving a Ford Fiesta she, quote, borrowed from a friend in May and didn't return. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. All right, we got I-40 eastbound closed west of Nashville. This is going to be between Kingston Springs, Ashland City Highway 249, exit 188, and McCrory Lane, exit 192, due to a crash. We've got a crash reported 40 westbound at Fessler's Lane, 65 northbound at Wedgwood Avenue, 40 eastbound past I-840 in Lebanon, 65 southbound at Trinity Lane, downtown Nashville. Then in Rutherford County, got a crash reported by THB, 840 westbound between New Nashville Highway, Northwest Broad Street, exit 55, and I-24, exit 53. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN.
We are waiting. The judge has just got back to the bench, Ken.
Oh, yeah?
P. Diddy, a partial verdict in 4 of the 5 counts. The racketeering conspiracy, they could not reach a verdict. So we are waiting to see what happens. I don't know what he faces with these, but we're going to find out here in a little bit. And then could be a party. Vegas tonight. Everybody grab the baby oil. I'm out.
Yeah, he's already got it ready.
Oh, you know he does.
Have you guys seen the pictures that were released of the supply?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know what, though? Here's the thing. And I was just talking to our big boss here. I read a lot of this stuff. And if I'm on that jury, not based on who he is as a human being, okay? Scumbag, horrible person. He already said, look, he partied, he did drugs, he had freak-offs, all this kind of stuff. Yeah, he used his power, but who doesn't in some way, shape, or form? But he was coerced, these people. It would be hard to convict if you are following the judge's orders, because being a pervert isn't a crime. If that's what you think he is a pervert, or, in this situation. I mean, Jackson, you've been to the parties. What'd you think?
Whoa, let's not do that one.
Oh, you didn't? I thought wrong, Jackson. My bad.
Dear God.
So I know Bell has been, and he's like, I don't know. They were kind of slow. A little slow for my taste.
Not a lot going on.
Bell took chips and dip.
Oh, he did? Well, of course. And a charcuterie board. Could you see showing up at Diddy's party? Hey, I brought a charcuterie board.
Got the kind with berries.
Got a little jar of baby dills.
Do you know that's the big fight right now? The controversy is pickles and alcohol drinks. Because apparently there's new martini that's like the hot thing.
Oh, the pickle martini.
That's like, and people are like, you love it or hate it. There's no between. Now, I don't drink, but I didn't realize that it was that much of a issue with people.
I would try it.
Would you? You're nice. You're a nice person. He would try it. I'm going to try it. Yes, I know. If being a pervert was against the law, Bell would be in jail. We understand that. But he's not. He's just over there. He's looking at me. By the way, it's Hot Take Tuesday, so we're giving the takes on the movies that we think are the most overrated of all time. These two over here, these knuckleheads, they think
these two over here.
Avatar is the worst movie of all, just overrated, beyond overrated. It's not. They're not the worst movies of all time. These are the most overrated.
Yes.
Things that are people rave about, like it wins Academy Awards, like, oh my God, they gush over it. For me, I think The Godfather. I think it was right when Peter Griffin says it insists on itself. It insists on itself. I think The Godfather is just a movie about acting. That's what it is. I mean, outside of Abe Vigoda, who's arguably one of the greatest actors next to Nicolas Cage of all time. By the way, you will not find us ever besmirching Nicolas Cage on the Chad Benson Show, even if I'm in for Matt Murphy.
Freaking Cage!
He's just the greatest. We're awaiting the partial verdict in the Diddy Combs trial. There's obviously going to be a hung jury in one of them. And then outside of that, I don't know what's going to, what they're going to rule. But we're going to find, man, they're bringing a lot of police and stuff in. I see that. Do you think the judge found out the verdict and he's like just over there just texting TMZ right now? They promised me they're going to give me $150,000. It would be hard not to. If they offered you that, wouldn't it? Because TMZ, I trust TMZ because they get the downloads because they're willing to pay for it. They're willing to pay for exclusives. So it's going to be interesting. But Sean Diddy Combs, we're waiting for the jury and the reaction. And we're taking your texts, and you can also tweet at us and do all the other things. The big, beautiful bill passed today. It is, I think it's giant. I don't think it is anything that, already now the Freedom Caucus guy has come out and said, yeah, I'm not voting for this thing. So before it gets to the floor of in the House, it has to go through you got to go through the Rules Committee. So it gets out of the Senate, goes down to the Rules Committee. Wait, those are my sound effects. And then they debate the rules. Okay, this is it. It's like no punch below here, standing 8 count, all that kind of stuff. Then it goes out, and then they'll debate it on the floor. But there's conservatives, and there's the uber. I'm talking about like the what you would consider to be quote unquote like the more staunchly Christian conservatives kind of thing. And then there's fiscally conservatives who are not thrilled by this bill in the House. And it got through the first time, but remember when it goes to the Senate, they added a bunch of crap onto it. And so this thing is big, and it is nasty in some cases. And we're going to talk about it here in a little bit over whether or not, they can actually get something done and how you would go about doing it. And I've got, I think, a fix. By the way, the judge just said, did you see that? He said, hey, go get me a verdict on that last one. All right? You guys go get me a verdict. So we're waiting to see what the judge was going to do because he came back to the bench and the jury showed up and they're like, we can't come to an agreement. And he said, shut up and go do it again. This will probably be the last time he tells them that, though. I don't think he'll force them to go through the next couple days. You know what Trump has said? If you guys are smart, you'll do it on the 4th of July in the morning so Diddy can come to my party if he gets out.
No, he wants him in alligator Alcatraz.
You think? Remember when there was the talk of like Trump would pardon Diddy? I was like, he was never going to pardon Diddy. Like there's a bridge too far for even a lot of MAGA supporters. And that would be the one if he was guilty of all of these things. But I remind everybody, last week, they got rid of arguably the biggest of the cases against him with the arson and the kidnapping and whatnot. They got rid of that. So these here are smaller, but still he would spend a decent amount of time in jail. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. For those of you not keeping score, today was one of the great days, Ken. I don't know if you've ever heard of Bobby Bonilla Day. Have you ever heard of it? You've heard of it. I know Jackson's heard of it. He's a sports guy. But Bobby Bonilla Day is an amazing day in America. And the reason is Bobby Bonilla was an okay baseball player. Pretty good, actually, by the day standard. But he played next to Barry Bonds. But this is how smart you should be with your money.
July 1st, 2025, it's that special day of the year. Baseball fans know it as Bobby Bonilla Day. $1.2 million deposited every year for 25 years. I wonder what he's doing today.
Bobby Bo Day. It's a beautiful day.
It is a beautiful day. So Bobby Bonilla was a baseball player with the Mets, and he had gone back and forth. He was a Pirate, then he became a Met, and the Mets, had some issues money-wise, and they decided to do something tricky, thanks to Bobby and his agent, when it came to his money.
Bobby Bonilla, back in the late 80s and early 90s, he was one of the most electric players in the game. A great talent, both average and for power, and most notably from both sides of the plate. Most people today know Bobby Bonilla only because of this contract and its enduring legacy. This was a very unique deal at the time.
Me and my agent came up with a plan. I think a lot of people are blown away by the deal.
The famed Bobby Bonilla contract is really sort of an outgrowth of the end of his career. He's come back to the Mets a second time. He still had $5.9 million left on his contract, and there was a mutual desire to not pay that all out in one lump sum, but to spread this out in this very unique fashion. So the deal included $5.9 million that he was owed, but there was a 10-year pause on the payout at 8% annual compounded interest, then paid out over 25 years, something like a fixed annuity, and that compounded interest paid out over that quarter century was how you got to nearly $30 million.
July 1st is guaranteed income, steady, simple, and secure. Doesn't suck. Doesn't suck.
So this is a trip. So this is how this happened. So Bonilla goes to his people, and they come together, and they decide to do this. So he's going to get 8% compound interest. You know who the money was with? Ready? Bernie Madoff.
Oh, yeah.
So Bernie Madoff had the money, and the Mets, the owners then at the time, were close with them, and all they saw was, we're going to invest this $6 million. We're going to be able to make tens of millions of dollars off of it. It's going to be nothing to pay him this $30 million over these years. And then, of course, we know what happens with Madoff. And so every single July 1st, Bobby Bonilla wakes up, $1.2 million deposited in his account, and he still has another 10 years of that. And the Mets have honored it. But the fact that it was Madoff is hilarious.
The fact that he signed this contract before I was born, and I will be 35 years old by the time this ends, is insane.
It is insane. It is. It's crazy. And he was very smart with his money anyways. So, and that was the funny thing. He had his financial planners and everybody cook this thing up. They're like, 8% compound interest? You're already rich. It's not like he needed the money. He wasn't going to go broke. He wasn't like, all right, if I can just survive for a decade, eating, fast food and working 9 jobs, I'll get this huge payout. No, he was already well-to-do. He was smart with his money, but at a time when most athletes weren't smart with their money, not like they are now. I mean, for the most part, most athletes, like big athletes, and Bobby Bonilla at the time was huge. I mean, he just played with Barry Bonds. That was the problem. It was absolutely the problem. Coming up, I've got a fix, and we're going to do it at the bottom of the hour. What I think we could do when it comes to trying to get the debt down and actually build towards starting to carve that out, balance that budget. So we'll talk a little bit about that as well. Everybody wants to know how Matt's doing. Matt is doing better. He's going to take the rest of the week off. He'll be back on Monday, from what I understand. It just was, it was going to be a lot. You got a new body part. That can't be easy.
A Chinese shoulder.
Yeah. You think it is made in China?
Oh, it confirmed.
Oh, goodness me. He's probably spying on us as we speak. Don't say anything.
The rumor is that ByteDance has to divest from Matt's shoulder before he can come back to work.
Trump's going to enforce that as well. Unless, of course, his shoulder's going to vote for him, and then Trump will kick it out 90 days. That's the way that works. Coming up, a little Hot Take Tuesday, some other stuff as well. Chad in for Chris, who was in for Matt on The Matt Murphy Show.
Jury deliberations still underway as Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial after word of a partial verdict. We've got the very latest on that story and more at 4:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
More and more crowds gathering outside behind us. And just a short time ago, saw Sean Combs' family, his children going inside.
Yeah. So the jury said, fine, if we got to deliberate more, we're not doing it tonight. We're tired. So they're going to go home. So there's only one verdict left, and TMZ will find something out tonight. That's what they do. So they will start tomorrow, but all the other verdicts are in. So now it is just the racketeering. And when you're going this long, somebody's got to they could drag this out. Tomorrow will be it at some point in time.
I'm just going to go with what the Inquirer tells us.
What's the Inquirer tell you?
I don't know.
What does it
I'm just waiting.
Does it tell you things? Does it tell you things about Jimmy
Well,
Swain?
remember, it told us about the Bat Boy.
That's right. That was in that Weekly World News?
Yeah, that was
Which is
Weekly-
also owned by the
That's
Inquirer.
right. Yeah.
And by the way, the Bat Boy was as real as it gets. Yeah. I don't care what anybody says. That guy was so real. He was. Did you see what he did? He helped Bush. He helped a whole bunch of people. That guy was a guy that we like. So good for you, Bat Boy.
That's the way to go.
So we're just waiting on this. This will happen. Deliberations will resume tomorrow morning after jury reads all but one verdict, which is the racketeering, which I believe is the most serious of all the charges that Diddy still faces. So we'll have something tomorrow. But when you go this long, I think they're leaning more towards not guilty. What's your gut say?
Well, they've got to have it's got to be unanimous.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I don't know, man. I mean, it could just be one holdout.
It could be.
Could be a couple, which is harder to get to convince.
It's going to be, I don't know. From the stuff that I read, and again, being vile and being gnarly, and somebody said, did you see the video of beating and dragging his girlfriend? I've no doubt he's guilty of all these counts. Well, that was allowed to be in, but that wasn't part of the case as far as he wasn't being tried for that.
That doesn't prove.
That doesn't prove that he did those things.
Yeah, it shows that he acted very terribly that day.
Yes. And he readily admitted to. That's the other thing. They leaned into, he's a bad dude. He's used drugs. He's not the nicest guy, but he's not on trial for being a bad guy. He's on trial for being a conspirator, a criminal racketeer, and a kidnapper, and all these things. Him being a bad dude and doing drugs, like a bad person, because a lot of human beings are bad. It doesn't rise to criminality, right? They've done some stuff in the past. This, though, I'm leaning right now, and from the stuff I've read, I would find it hard to convict him. I haven't read everything, but I would still find it hard because being weird and being a pervert or being whatever you want to call it isn't a crime. And having regret. So having a regret 8 years ago that you look like you readily participated in and partied in and did those things and now you regret it, that doesn't mean that at the time that you weren't, participating in your own free will. So we're going to find out, though, tomorrow. Ooh, goodness me. People, the worst. Is Bat Boy still alive? Ken, do you know that?
I have no idea, man.
We do not know.
Who is Bat Boy?
Oh, we got a youngster here. I love this. Bat Boy was a very famous, not a Bat Boy as in baseball. He was half boy, half bat. He lived in a cave. They found him, and he saved the world on numerous occasions, according to the Weekly World News.
Had real big eyes and ears.
Yeah, huge. Big teeth, the whole 9 yards.
Did he have wings?
I think at one time he might have.
Well, I think
At
that's
one time, like he lost
But
him.
I didn't know because I always remember he was always at the White House, too. That guy, he was like Elon. You couldn't get him out of the White House.
Well, his wings were his ears.
Yeah. So, but Bat Boy helped save the world on many occasions. You guys remember Bat Boy?
What would he do?
Well, like there could be an alien attack. Bat Boy would know about it. There could be a situation where the governments may be going to war and Bat Boy would save us. So it was pretty much the most awesome. There was a musical about him, which I did not know.
Look up the image, Brother Jackson. You'll see.
Yeah. So, but he saved us from a lot of stuff.
What was that World News and Report?
Yeah, Weekly World News.
Yeah, Weekly.
He saved the world on how many times from aliens, from all kinds of stuff.
Oh, this thing is horrifying.
That's not.
This thing is terrifying.
You know what? You don't understand art.
It looks like it was made with AI.
Long before AI. Oh, and he would also figure out, like, he would know all of the religious leaders, like Jimmy Swaggart and stuff. It was phenomenal.
He'd help kids with their homework.
He did. He was it. Bat boy. Big
By
time.
what? Scaring them into doing it?
Yes. You could look like him. But remember, all the good. He was altruistic. He was great. He helped us. God.
I hope this is makeup, because if somebody has to walk around looking like this, that's just tough.
I don't know if that's very nice, because some people have that look.
I don't think anyway. I've never seen somebody have this look.
You don't think so?
The ears, he looks like a face only a mother could love.
Well, yes, he definitely had some issues. There's no doubt about that. He had some issues, but you know what?
Alias Batchild.
He was not of this earth, okay? So him living in a cave, came from wherever he came from, you probably liked Hellboy.
I did.
See, this is just Hellboy's kind of cousin, Batboy. When did he become Hellman? Because you figure at like 45, he should have been a man at that point.
Well, he wasn't very good at helping kids with their homework.
No, he
either.
wasn't. He was very
Always
mean.
burning it up.
Apparently he's about 42, 43 right now.
Yeah, he is. So there you go, kids. Batboy, some of the great things. We're turning to them to find out what the official word is on Diddy. And I didn't even know the Weekly World News still existed, but
Does it?
Well, here's the thing. I'm looking here. There is a Weekly World News X account.
Well, I'll be.
Brother Bud, Pope Leo ordains dog to shepherd the animal flock. I love it. Oh, my Lord. That's going to be a new segment on the old chat show. By the way, just to let you guys know, we're doing Hot Take Tuesday. We'd like to hear from you. What movies are completely overrated? Everybody says they're the best movies. They swear by it. You watch and you're like, that sucks. Those two over there, Ken and Jackson, they hate Avatar for a good reason, because it's stupid. Me, I think The Godfather's ridiculous and completely overrated. Let us know what you think. Got some of that. Bunch of other stuff. We'll talk a little bit about the one big, beautiful bill. It's really not one. It's like 5 million big, beautiful bills all mushed into one. Talk about that straight ahead. Chad Benson Show. I am not Chad Benson Show. I'm Chad Benson. My show is noon to 3. Then you got Matt, but Matt's not here because Matt's shoulder. So then Chris came in, but then Chris couldn't do the rest of the day today. He had stuff to do. So then I stepped in. So I'm in for Chris, who was in for Matt on the Matt Murphy Show.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Jury deliberations expected to continue tomorrow at Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial after word of a partial verdict earlier today. Former prosecutor and ABC News legal contributor Bernarda Villona tells us
the prosecution's not going to want to take that partial verdict, because you want all or nothing, in the sense of that you want, if this jury can actually continue deliberating, that they be able to reach a verdict. However, on the defense team, I will be very nervous of what that verdict is when they're talking about the partial verdict.
And ABC News legal contributor, defense attorney Brian Buckmeyer.
We have this note saying there's a partial verdict, saying that they have an unpersuadable opinion between them when it comes to that first count of racketeering and conspiracy, but they have a verdict as it applies to the other 4 counts.
Well, they got 3 people covering this. Raina Roy.
They wanted to see the transcripts of Cassie Ventura's testimony. It was harrowing. It was graphic. It was very emotional. Many called her the prosecution's star witness. It was because of her civil lawsuit that federal prosecutors even started looking into Sean Diddy Combs in this trial.
So again, deliberations continue tomorrow after this partial verdict today on 4 out of the 5 charges. U.S. Senate's approved the tax policy package Republicans have dubbed the One Big Beautiful Bill. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy.
After a marathon voting session that lasted more than 26 hours, the Senate passed the massive measure by the slimmest of margins. 3 GOP senators voted against it, but Vice President J.D. Vance cast the tie-breaking vote in favor. The bill now goes back to the House, where conservatives and moderates have their own issues with some of the changes that have been made by the Senate, including a $5 trillion increase in the debt ceiling and a Congressional Budget Office price tag in excess of $3 trillion.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. Kingston Springs got a serious crash reported by the Highway Patrol. It is 40 eastbound between exits 188 and 192. Over by Belmont, TDOT reporting a crash 65 northbound at Wedgwood Avenue. And then I-840 westbound between exit 55 and 53 in Murfreesboro. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Chad in for Chris, in for Matt. Musical chairs. Jackson is here. Of course, the weave. The weave.
Y'all want to check the swamp ass meter right quick?
You know what? Yeah, we need to. These people may have never heard the swamp ass. We got to give them the full effect, brother.
That's right.
We got to give them the full. If you guys don't know what it is, it's swamp ass out there. And we want to make sure that everybody understands how nasty it is. Let me find it here because, well, it's hilarious. Let's see.
And it's special.
It is. It is.
It's a special report.
Oh, it is. Okay.
That every Southerner needs to know.
By the way, quick reminder, I heard your report, but what did that lady get pulled over for? Was mischief one of those things or crime, some bizarre crime thing?
Oh, you talking about the one who led police on the slow speed chase this morning?
Yeah.
Let's see here.
I was laughing. I've never heard that before.
Let's get back to this. Let's see. 28-year-old Caitlin Gale Ray on probation for a forgery conviction. Convictions for aggravated burglary in Cheatham County. Cocaine possession in Rutherford County. Criminal simulation in Wilson County.
What is criminal?
Let's look that up.
Please, that is criminal simulation.
I was just pretending.
I've never heard of that.
In Tennessee, criminal simulation is the act of making or altering an object to appear to have a value it does not, due to factors like age, rarity, or source with the intent to defraud.
Oh.
It also includes possessing such an altered object with the intent to sell, pass, or utter it, or authenticating or certifying it as genuine when it is not.
Oh, and I also found out, I heard that she apparently borrowed her friend's car since May, so that probably didn't work.
Yeah, borrowed her friend's car in May and did not return it. And I'm not sure if this was the car she was in. It might be the car that she was in.
She seems like a good friend.
Well, no, that car was a Ford Fiesta. Maybe was that a Ford Fiesta she was in this
There's a
morning?
lot of stuff going on with this lady. None of it's good, by the way. None of it's going to work well for her, is what we're trying to say. So, so don't be doing any crazy stuff where just the insanity of what she was doing on the slow speed chase to go with all of the. What do you think she was thinking? Like, she was going to jail, so he's just going to ride this out for as long as possible.
I guess.
My goodness. It is time, guys. Are you ready for the?
Now it's time for the Swamp Ass News Report with the weather wizard, Ken Weaver.
Right now, boys.
What do we got?
We are below the swamp ass. The heat index is only 90. Real temperature is 84.
Oh, that's not bad.
Is it mostly cloudy outside?
I'm going to take a look right now.
Yeah,
it's pretty cloudy.
Pretty cloudy. Well, that's what's keeping it down, boys. So, yeah. We're only, feels like it 90 degrees.
Feels like it's 90. A little sticky, though, I'm sure. Little sticky.
Yeah, a little humidity. Oh, yeah, it's 67%.
Little sticky. Little sticky. Earlier today, for you guys who aren't keeping score, and you're like, where's all the real news? Because we get a lot of that on our show because we're having fun and stuff. This happened.
The yeas are 50. The nays are 50. The Senate being evenly divided, the vice president votes in the affirmative. The bill as amended is passed.
There you go. So it went from the Senate to the House, and now the Freedom Caucus has come out and said, yeah, we're not voting for any of this stuff. So, no, we don't like it.
Here we go.
So, and this is before it ever gets to the floor. This is in the Rules Committee. They're already saying, we're not voting for it. We look at it, it's added so much to it, and that doesn't even include the interest that will be here. So be prepared for, they're saying Monday or Tuesday. Oh, you can't. Monday or Tuesday. That's going to ruin everything. Do you think Trump could have the everything moved? 4th of July moved to Tuesday? Oh, my
Does that
Lord.
mean we get a 6-day weekend?
We do. We get a 6-day. This year, it's going to be so long. It's going to be the greatest of all time. Trump, of course, said, don't worry about health care. We're going to be fine. There's a lot of people that are worried about health care. There is. There is a lot of people that are worried about this. And it's, there's also a lot of politicians that are terrified Ken and I talk about it all the time, man. There are some things you better be wary of. And if people start losing what they feel is their entitlements, the entitlement programs that they're eligible for, you will pay the ultimate price. That's why nobody ever touches them. But you have to. But to what extent?
Who is going to do it?
That's it. Who is going to do it? That's a good question.
Trying to look at who are the members of the House Freedom Caucus.
Isn't there 30?
I think there's a couple.
32 members of the House Freedom Caucus. So let's see here.
There's got to be a couple from Tennessee.
Yeah, but Andy Harris is the chairman, and he's like, nah, we don't think so.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Let's see. Republican leadership. Well, no, wait a minute. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, like Mike Johnson's part of the Freedom Caucus. Some of them are going to vote for it, but this guy is the chair of it, and he's saying no.
Wonder what Tim Burchett is saying. I got to look up what Tim
Yeah,
says.
Tim's got to be saying something. Well, Tim can't be happy with this.
Well, he doesn't like it.
No. None of them do. See, here's my thing. What are you voting? Why are you voting on something you don't like? Because you're scared to lose your job. Grow a pair and say, look, I'm not doing this because I want to go against Trump and I don't like Trump. I'm doing this because I care more about America than anything else. And I think this is going to add trillions of dollars to our debt and deficit, and it's going to do it in a short period of time. And the stuff that they're dreaming about is kind of fanciful. And until we decide to come together and say, all right, guys, everybody's going to have to tighten their belt left and right, and we should put aside the ridiculousness of who gets credit or who gets blame and go out and tackle this thing, we're not going to get anything real.
Yeah, all I've got right now is that Burchett he's reviewing it after what the Senate did to it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the Senate added a ton because they all throw it on, right? Like anytime you have the opportunity to add some of that stuff, you do. So you've got, who are the members right now?
That's what I'm trying to find.
Because, well, I mean, you know, House Freedom Caucus members. All right, here we go. This is from Legal Storm. So we've got Andy Harris, Lauren Boebert, Ralph Norman, Joss Brecken, Ben Klein, Andrew Clyde, Scott Desjardins.
That's District 4 here in Tennessee.
That's District 4. Russ Fulcher.
That's Idaho.
Paul Gosar. Man, he's nuts. He's in Arizona. Morgan Griffin. Diana Harshbarger. Right? She's here.
Tennessee.
There's Tennessee.
Yeah.
Mary Miller. Andy Ogles.
That's Tennessee.
That's Tennessee. You got Scott Perry, Greg Stubbe, Tom Tiffany, Andy Biggs, Chip Roy, Jim Jordan, Eric Burleson, Michael Cloud, Eli Crane, Byron Donalds. I like Byron. Brandon Gill, Mark Green, Harriet Hangerman, Clay Higgins, Barry Moore, Gary Palmer, Keith Self, and Marlon Stutzman. Those are it. That's the current membership. So we got 2 in there, right?
3 Tennesseans.
Three Tennesseans.
Yeah, Diane Harshbarger, Scott Desjardins, and Andy Ogles.
Of the 3 of those, who would vote no? I think of the 3. Burchett.
Well, Burchett, he's not in it. He's not in the Freedom Caucus.
So, not Burchett, but of these 3, who would vote? Andy Ogles won't because Andy's, he loves Trump too much.
Yeah, I think Andy's probably going to go for it.
Harshbarger?
I don't know about Desjardins and Harshbarger. I mean, I think Desjardins may go along with it because, I think he sees this as getting, from what I take from our previous interviews with Representative Desjardins, is that, it's troublesome, but he sees it as getting to a point where getting us to a point to start making some real change. I don't know about Harshbarger.
No, but there is no real change. The only real change is you're adding trillions to it. Anybody who does math could see that. You're borrowing a lot. You're raising the debt limit. And you're adding trillions of dollars. Everybody loves to cut spending as long as it's not on their side, as long as it's not their projects. And You know, I look at this and I just feel like you can go and outside of Trump's people, and I want it to be successful. I want to be wrong. But I'm just going by past performance of adding massive amounts of debt that Republicans, you're going to have to live with this. This is a you bought it situation. And yeah, there's some good things in here. But there's also, man, I tell you what, there's a lot of times I look at a cake and I go, that's a great looking cake. I'd like to have a bite. And then inside, there's a couple things okay. And then they put a bunch of other crap in there that I don't like. You know what I do? I don't eat the cake. So there is some good stuff in here. But there's also a lot of stuff that feels like it's porkish because it is. Coming up, well, the latest on did he or didn't he do it? Look what I did there. Plus, it's Hot Take Tuesday. We're talking about our hot takes. I said my hot take about movies. I think The Godfather was ridiculous. I didn't like it. I think it was stupid. I think it was overrated. I mean, I could recognize the great acting, but I just, and somebody sent, it's a slow burn. But you guys hate Avatar, and man, some people are not thrilled by that. We'll talk about that. Star Wars getting a lot of hate, too. It is Chad Benson in for Chris, who was in for Matt on The Matt Murphy Show.
A partial verdict in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. We'll tell you what that means and more coming up at 5 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Partial. Part of him is going to be in jail. The other part gets to go to another freak-off. That's the way that's going to work tonight.
What part?
It's for him to decide. I don't know if he gets to figure that out. He is so they're partial. Again, we're going to talk. I'm sure it's going to come down tomorrow because they already said we're going to go home. I figured that's what the jury sounds like. All right, fine, whatever, Judge. We're going to go home for the night. We got stuff to do. I don't want to be here. We
got dogs to eat.
Yeah, I don't like you.
Wait, what, Ken?
We got dogs to eat, like hot dogs.
Oh.
Like hot. What'd you think? Wow. That is a weird, man. You're weird. Did you see the Bat Boy? A lot of people sent pictures on the text. We were talking about Bat Boy earlier from the Weekly World News, and we got a lot of pictures on the old line there.
Terrifying individual.
Yeah, it was not a handsome lad, if that's what you're asking. He wasn't. But you know what? Saved the world on numerous occasions thanks to the Weekly World News and Bat Boy. So we appreciate all that he did for the world. God rest his soul. I think he's still alive, though, because he's invincible.
About 42, 43 years old. Bat Boy's getting up there. How long do bats live?
Well, Bat Boy is invincible. It's kind of like Hellboy. That should be a man by now.
But, hell is eternal. Bats are not.
No. I don't know how long he lives. I am unfamiliar with the Bat's lifespan, Bat Boy lifespan, because we've never had one before. So
Ken, what's the lifespan of a Bat Boy?
We're going to find out.
I have no idea.
Matt doesn't know.
I don't want to know.
No. Yeah, you do, Matt, because he could save the world again. Hello? Who do you think went over there and told the Iranians, stop it?
What are we going to do if Bat Boy's gone?
Trump boy. That'll be the new one. Little MAGA boy. By the way, we're having fun because we do that. Because, how much more can you talk about a bill that's it's all hypothetical anyways? The thing we do, little hot take Tuesday, those two in there, right? So Ken, the weather wizard, and Jackson, they don't like Avatar. I think Avatar is the most overrated movie of all time. I agree. That's very overrated. For me, I believe The Godfather is the most overrated movie of all time. Some of you agree, but you know what? Star Wars got a lot of hate. What's the movie that everybody swears by? It's there. You got to see. It's the greatest movie of all time. And you watch it and you're like, it wasn't that good. For me, I'm throwing it out there. It's Godfather. And that won awards in the whole 9 yards. I just found it. They didn't like Avatar. They thought it was a video game of silliness. Would you say it was? It was Dances with Wolves in the Sky?
It was a spectacle. That's the whole point of the movie.
That's right. That's what it was. All right, coming up. A lot of stuff still to get to. Maybe a little bit more about this. Trump went and visited Alligator Alcatraz today. We'll talk a bit about that as well. Chad Benson in for Chris, who was in for Matt Murphy. He'll be back on Monday. Super Talk 99.7.
5 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Jury deliberations expected to continue tomorrow at Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial after word of a partial verdict. ABC's Raina Roy outside the courthouse with details on requests from the jury.
They wanted to see the transcripts of Cassie Ventura's testimony. It was harrowing. It was graphic. It was very emotional. Many called her the prosecution's star witness. It was because of her civil lawsuit that federal prosecutors even started looking into Sean Diddy Combs in this trial.
ABC News legal contributor Bernarda Villalona.
The prosecution's not going to want to take that partial verdict because you want all or nothing, in the sense of that you want, if this jury can actually continue deliberating, that they be able to reach a verdict. However, on the defense team, I will be very nervous of what that verdict is when they're talking about the partial verdict.
In Tennessee, 177 new laws take effect as of today, covering a wide range of topics, including education, the criminal justice system, and immigration. One of the new laws makes it a felony to transport or conceal an illegal immigrant from law enforcement. Culleoka Republican State Rep Scott Sapicki tells WTN he's working on legislation for next year. He says ends the gravy train for businesses hiring illegal immigrants.
We get a report in the General Assembly every year of businesses that violate the E-Verify codes, right? And they're fines, and the businesses just pay them because they're not that hefty. And the other problem we have is we've created a special group of business that if you're below 5 employees, you don't have to do E-Verify if they don't produce a passport or a birth certificate from the U.S. or a paperwork that shows that they're here legally to work.
Sapicki says this new legislation mandates E-Verify for every business with fines to the point someone will lose their business for noncompliance.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Michelle Franzen. After weeks of wrangling and infighting and a marathon vote-a-rama session over proposed cuts to Medicaid, Senate Republicans a short time ago passing the massive budget package.
On this vote, the yeas are 50. The nays are 50.
The vote, mostly along party lines, Vice President J.D. Vance casting the tie-breaking vote. ABC's Stephen Portnoy has more.
After a marathon voting session that lasted more than 26 hours, the Senate passed the massive measure by the slimmest of margins. 3 GOP senators voted against it, but Vice President J.D. Vance cast the tie-breaking vote in favor. The bill now goes back to the House, where conservatives and moderates have their own issues with some of the changes that have been made by the Senate, including a $5 trillion increase in the debt ceiling and a Congressional Budget Office price tag in excess of $3 trillion.
President Trump championing the mega bill he calls the big beautiful bill that advances his domestic agenda.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. Kingston Springs still got that serious accident reported by THP. It's going to be 40 eastbound between exits 188 and 192. Looks like another one is 40 westbound now at exit 188 there in Kingston Springs. Another crash reported by TDOT 65 northbound at Wedgwood Avenue. Then the eastern split 24 westbound there at 40. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's me, Chad. In for Matt, who was unable to play injured. And so Chris filled in for him, but then Chris had to go do something today. So we flip-flopped, and this is why I am here. So just letting you guys know what's going on and why I'm here. By the way, I was going through some of the new laws, some interesting ones. Definitely. Immigration, obviously, was a big deal, like the whole immigration thing. The Good Samaritan law. So that expands immunity protections for people who seek medical help for themselves or someone else in the face of an issue when it comes to drug or alcohol, i.e. overdoses. So, and the expansion of this allows minors to call for help without fear of being punished for underage drinking. So if you party too hard, you drink too much, there's an overdose. If you're there, you're not going to be in trouble. That's the new Samaritan. Payday loans. The payday loans, if you thought, hey, you know what? They're not charging me enough. The good news is they can now charge more. Who got paid? Ken, was it you? Did you get paid? Maybe he did.
What?
So payday loans, they were charging 30% for smaller loans. Now they could charge up to 36%. It's good news. We're going over the new laws. Lab-grown meat, which is just gross. Now you must get a permit to sell in Tennessee. And you cannot label it as meat. You could just say gross. I've never understood. Just eat it. Just eat just eat regular meat.
Have a burger.
Yeah. I mean, you want it to look the same. You want it to taste the same. You want it to even have like juices and almost look like there's parts of blood. Just eat the damn meat.
You don't have to tell me twice. I'll eat it.
I know. Family travel. Tennessee Department of Transportation must have roadside signage alerting drivers if an upcoming rest stop has a single-stall family restroom, and there has to be enough room for disabilities, foster care, support service and foster care who age out of the system are extended until the age of 23, provided they're working or in school. Deep fakes are a big one, too. People who are targeted by AI deepfakes that depict them in sexual situations can now sue creators for damages in civil court. Here's my thing. It's not real. How do you sue for something that's not real? So if you took somebody's head and put it on somebody's body as a deep fake, how do you go and say, I'm going to sue you, and you're going to be, for what? It's a Photoshop, essentially. That's not your body. It's not a real thing. I feel like this is one of those things that's definitely going up to the Supreme Court. Lawmakers pursued the legislation after hearing from News Channel 5 meteorologist Bree Smith. She was targeted by scammers who used deepfakes to impersonate her and solicit money online. Those are just some of the new laws going into effect. I don't know. Let's see, and I heard Sapicki in here today talking. Was there 177 new? Why do we have so many new laws? Did we get rid of 177? Did that happen? I don't think we did. I mean, it's never like, hey, guess what? This year we're negative 10 laws that were just stupid and we didn't need them. It's because I always think this. Politicians need to have their names on bills because they need to be able to justify them being there. Them being in the back room and talking people off the ledge by doing something stupid politically isn't enough. So then you go and you have these wackadoo bills. And here we go. Today, the big, beautiful bill, it got through. So somebody said, ask News Channel 5 meteorologist Bree Smith about it. She's the one that got the bill started. I get that. But that was somebody impersonating you. The sexual side and some of the other stuff that may be AI. I just, how do you, if it's not real, how do you say, I'm going to sue you for something that doesn't exist, is what I was saying. That's the thing. Impersonating people to steal their bank account or to blackmail them, that's a whole nother thing. But I think some of this other stuff that they're going to try to do is going to be tough. And we've already seen it in a few other states. And remember, AI technology always moves faster than laws. But when it comes to AI, it's moving at a breakneck speed. Stuff we can't believe. Meanwhile, Big Beautiful Bill got through. How does America feel about it?
I'll give you some adjectives. How about awful, horrible, and to quote our dear friend Mr. Sir Charles Barkley, terrible, terrible, terrible. What are we talking about here? Well, why don't we take a look at the Big Beautiful Bill? I got five, not just four, 5 different polls across the screen for you. This is the net favorable rating. The highest rating comes from the Washington Post at minus 19 points. How about Pew, minus 20 points? How about Fox, minus 21? Quinnipiac, minus 26. And KFF takes the cake at minus 29 points. When you have a bill whose net favorable rating ranges from minus 19 points, which is already terrible, all the way to minus 29 points, the bottom line is the American people don't see this as a big, beautiful bill. They see it as a big, bad bill. They hate it, hate it, hate it. They think it's awful, awful, awful.
How do you feel about it? Well, those are what the people think. Because people are scared because they don't understand it. It's massive. Now, this is not the final bill, right? So the House does their thing. Then they send it up to the Senate. The Senate does their thing, and then they return this turd back to the House because it became even more turd burglary once it got out of the Senate because they added stuff, they took away stuff, they gave some people stuff. I just, I think the best way to describe it is big, not so much beautiful, cumbersome, and this isn't the final bill. And already having an issue because the Freedom Caucus said, yeah, we're not even going to let it get out of the Rules Committee at this point in time.
We don't have any of that money. All of it's borrowed. All of that spending will have to be borrowed. And this bill will lead to a much greater deficit over time. And I don't believe it's fiscally responsible.
That's Rand Paul. I don't think a lot of what they do is fiscally responsible because they all want to spend, right? Like I heard, Blackburn talking about all the money we saved and all the stuff coming back here. I don't know how you prove all that stuff out. Again, we haven't even finished what the bill looks like. But what I do know is no matter if it's the House bill or the Senate bill or some sort of sandwiching of the two, I feel like what's in here is a ton of debt that we're borrowing in hopes that all of these tax breaks are going to pay off and that we're going to accelerate the economy in such a way that we're going to add so much money that it's not going to be a big deal. And I just don't know if that's realistic. And I care about America. When I hear people say, you're a liberal, first of all, no way. No, thank you. But I care about America more than I care about parties. Parties are, it's ridiculous. They're in, first of all, know this. People first, the politicians, so that's them, right? The politicians first. Party second, and anything left for the people is what you get. They care about keeping their job, making the party happy, and anything else that trickles down after the donors comes to everybody else. We should care about that because we're not even apologizing to our kids anymore for the amount of debt. We're apologizing to their kids and their kids. So we'll see if it even gets out because Trump, of course, has dreamed of the one big beautiful bill and his 4th of July signing that he's really holding out hope for so he can do all of his stuff with Michael Bay. And I would like to see what it looks like. I think the way we've painted the picture of him is tremendous. So we shall see. So let me get this right. Ken, the weather wizard, the news ninja, as one person said. I think it is the court's out today for Diddy, but they've got 4 of the 5 verdicts. Only 1 verdict is left, which is racketeering. And by the way, are you ready for this? What he could face when it comes to his most serious, and the racketeering conspiracy is the most serious. That is mandatory minimum life in jail. The other ones carry like 15 to life. But the racketeering conspiracy is the one that Diddy could spend forever in jail. So 4 of the 5 have come back. And they're waiting on the big one. And it's going to be this time tomorrow. I don't know, man. 1 minute I think he's going to get off. And well, he already did. But I'm talking about other ways. 1 minute I think he's going to get out of this. And the next minute I think maybe a few things. Just, it's crazy. It is weird. It's a weird world we live in. Some people are saying it's the new OJ case. I don't know about that. I don't know if it's the new OJ case. You know who wants him to get out, though? Is Kanye, because Kanye's got no friends left. We are talking about the most overhyped movies of all time. So Jackson, first he went with the Avengers, anything Marvel, but then he came back and he said, no, Avatar. Avatar was super overhyped. I mean, I can look at, like, I'm sure you could look and go, well, it's amazing to look at.
Yeah.
But I don't need it for 3 hours.
Yeah, it would have been a solid 2-hour movie.
Yeah, it would have been. You know what? That's one of those things where you said, you know what? This thing could have easily been just
90 minutes.
95 minutes.
Yeah.
And Ken's called it, I think he said 3 hours of crap or turd or something like that. Because it was long. And now they've got 3, 4, and 5.
Well, yeah, they have like 6 movies all greenlit.
Yeah.
But it takes like 10 years to make one of these movies.
So
I doubt I will see all of these movies in my lifetime.
No, because you'd have to start watching them now because they're so damn long. Man, that's a lot of hype for yourself. But I said The Godfather was overrated. Did you ever see The Godfather?
Haven't seen it. I've seen the majority of it. I like it.
It's, somebody said it's a slow burn. I feel like The Godfather's one of those things where it feels like it's not a mob movie. It's a family dynamics movie. And it's slow. And I just didn't get into it. And I tried. And it was just, to me, overhyped. Scarface has got a lot. Lord of the Rings, Star Wars has got the most of overhyped movies.
So you don't like The Godfather, or you think it's overrated?
I just think, look, I can appreciate the acting and stuff. I just think when you're telling me this is the greatest movie, this is all the things, I watched it and I was like, yeah. You know what other movie? Miracle on 34th Street. It was super overhyped.
What's your take on Goodfellas?
I liked Goodfellas way more.
Me too.
Than I like The Godfather. Way more than I like The Godfather. But see, The Godfather has all these mega stars in it. And it's got Brando in it. And it's got, so when you put that all together, I think it's as much about the hype as anything else. Just putting that out there. Got some of your text messages, a bunch of other stuff. Somebody said Godfather, boring, on Titanic. Any Robert De Niro movie. And Star Wars. And somebody said Indiana Jones. Did you ever see the Big Bang Theory?
Yes.
When she ruined Indiana Jones for all of them?
I don't remember what she said, but I do remember what you're talking about.
You didn't need Indy because at the end of the day, they were going to open it and it was going to end the same way. So Indy was just, he didn't, there was no need for him. That's so awesome.
It insisted upon itself.
Any mobster movies. Casino is the best. That's a pretty good movie. Although Goodfellas was great. Coming up, a lot of stuff. I mean, man, we're still packing in. We got so much crap. More on Diddy. Also, yesterday, that nut job it was a double nut job day in Idaho because one guy pleaded guilty and another guy who is dead, we're kind of finding out what might have caused his shooting of the firefighters after he started a fire. We'll talk about that. A bunch of other stuff straight ahead. Chad in for Chris, who was in for Matt. Super Talk 99.7.
Jury deliberations expected to continue tomorrow. We'll tell you what happened today in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial and other top stories at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Did he or didn't he do it?
You know there's an anchor somewhere tonight that is going to use that.
I know. And I want to.
And you're first, dude.
That's it.
They're ripping it off of you.
Absolutely. What are you people thinking? All right? We being on the radio, we're the bowlers of the entertainment world, and you're already stealing our thunder? Good God. It's wrong. So, 4 of the 5, they're going to come back tomorrow. They wanted one more day. Got to go home. Okay, which one of them is being contacted by TMZ right now? All of them.
Yeah.
Like TMZ, they have to be all over this. I expect this out of TMZ. This is what I pay you for. And by pay you, I mean watch all your stuff. No, they still have nothing. Because usually they have this stuff on blast. Ready to roll. Because when TMZ's got it, you're like, that's real. That's real. They've got it. Because they pay the best money for it. They do. Trump today visited the alligator Alcatraz. We'll get to that in a little bit. But this is Kristi Noem talking about, there's no hyperbole ever with anybody. None of these people put it on. But apparently there was a cannibal.
We are going after murderers and rapists and traffickers and drug dealers and getting them off the streets and getting them out of this country because Joe Biden let the worst of the worst come in here. The other day I was talking to some marshals that have been partnering with ICE. They said that they had detained a cannibal and put him on a plane to take him home. And while they had him in his seat, he started to eat himself. And they had to get him off and get him medical attention. These are the kind of deranged individuals that are on our streets in America that we're trying to target and get out of our country.
Wow. Well, maybe you should put a whole bunch of hymns out there. Like, look, guys, we got rid of the alligators, but there's a bunch of other people out there that will eat you. The guy tried to eat himself on the plane. You are getting rid of me.
Wow.
I think that person is mental.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Badly.
Yeah. That person's mental. That if you're trying to eat yourself, you have a mental problem. If you're a cannibal, that's why I never understood the whole thing with Dahmer and the fact that they found him fine to stand trial. You're eating another human being and you're storing them. That can't be a healthy thing that a normal person does. That just can't be. And this guy tried to eat himself on an airplane. Don't do that, by the way. Don't do that. Some of you texting in, we were talking about the big, beautiful bill, which I think it's big. I don't think it's beautiful. And everybody's like, you got to trust Trump. Let me tell you something. First of all, I don't think Trump gets. I think he has too many people who surround him who tell him things that he wants to hear. And also too many people around him who have other things that they want to get done as much as anything else. And I think that there is a lot of that out there where you find a lot of these people who are feeding Trump, maybe not everything. And so I do have an issue with some of this stuff because I don't think Trump gets all of the data and facts. Not that it means that he would or wouldn't change, but it would definitely change a bit of the story if you're finding out that, hey, a lot of these people they're looking out for themselves as much as anybody. And I'm not talking about elected officials. I'm talking about the people that surround him who may not give him but the one thing that they want to hear because they don't want to feel like they're disappointing him, or they've got other things that that they've got inside this bill that's going to help them. Stephen Miller's a perfect example. With this, he's got money in some of these companies that he's got $250,000 plus into some of these that will absolutely benefit tremendously off this. So why wouldn't you push certain things? I think it's a fair question to ask. Absolutely. Coming up, we'll talk a little bit more about this. A bunch of other stuff. Trump and Elon fighting. There's a shocker. Again, you're never going to walk that off about the whole Epstein thing. Talk about that, among other things. Chad, in for Chris, who'll be back tomorrow, but Chris had to go today because he had something to get to. So I'm in for Chris, who was in for Matt. Super Talk 99.7.
5:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Jury deliberations expected to continue tomorrow with Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial after word of a partial verdict. ABC News contributor Brian Buckmeyer.
We have this note saying there's a partial verdict, saying that they have an unpersuadable opinion between them when it comes to that first count of racketeering conspiracy, but they have a verdict as it applies to the other 4 counts.
ABC's Kimberly Richardson at the scene.
Combs supporters. Earlier today, there was a gentleman here with a sign indicating free Combs, also playing his music. I'm suspecting that this will continue to grow.
Back-to-back launch days for SpaceX.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7.
Falcon
6,
9 rocket
5,
launching an advanced
4,
European
3,
weather satellite
2,
from Kennedy
1.
Space Center today.
Mission and liftoff.
Starlink satellite launch also planned overnight tomorrow. And President Trump, after the U.S. Senate passed the Big Beautiful Bill Act of tax cuts, border security spending measures today.
It's a great bill. There is something for everyone, and I think it's going to go very nicely in the House. Actually, I think it will be easier in the House than it was in the Senate.
Yeah, ask any Democrat.
Shame on Senate Republicans for passing this disgusting abomination.
That's Hakeem Jeffries. Tennessee U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn says the bill spares Tennesseans a $2,600 tax increase and the loss of 129,000 jobs next year. Now it goes back to the House for reconciliation, and if no more changes are made, it goes to Trump to sign. Fresh fallout over ICE raids in California. State Attorney General Rob Bonta announcing a new lawsuit as part of a coalition of attorney generals nationwide today. Bonta says the Trump administration is illegally sharing California's personal health data with immigration and customs enforcement.
Who estimates that as much as 1/3 to 1/2 of recent no-shows at medical appointments have been out of fear of what might happen if they show up.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Satan knows Scripture better than some Christians, and for that reason should be respected because he has centuries of experience in deceiving and tempting people. Satan understands our human nature and our motivations. Satan has the power to plant thoughts in our minds if we allow it through ignorance. John 13:2, during supper, the devil having already put into the heart of Judas Iscariot, the son of Simon, to betray him, that being Jesus, Satan can possess non-believers as well. Luke 22:3, and Satan entered into Judas, who was called Iscariot, belonging to the number of the 12. Satan actually tries harder on Christians because Christians become his enemies when we accept Christ as our Savior. The best news, Christians share in Jesus' victory since he defeated Satan's power on the cross. John 16:33, these things I have spoken to you so that in me you may have peace. In the world you may have tribulation, but take courage. I have overcome the world. Scan to learn more.
Me talk now? That's not. We're doing Neek and Poop in the news. I have no idea when the imaging and stuff comes in. He's like, "There's it." And he's pointing at me. Go. What? So we're gonna do it. Neek and Poop. Do I point at you? There you go. All right. So these are the wackiest, craziest stories. Am I correct?
That's the gist.
That is the gist. Okay, so let's start. I'm going to get the gist of this today. We're going to start. We start with Ken? Is that who we start with?
Start with the person who won the last one.
Well, it wasn't me, so that has to be. We're going to go with Jackson then.
Oh, I'm starting?
Yeah.
Okay, let me pull my thing back up here. All right, this one comes out of the Bay Area.
Okay.
More than 70 empty Bud Light cans found during Bay Area DUI arrest. Kotati Police Department officers allegedly found more than 70 empty Bud Light cans while searching a DUI suspect's SUV Sunday night. The driver was struggling to stay in one lane where he was stopped. The Kotati Police Department said during the traffic stop, officers noticed an open beer can in the SUV's cup holder. A field sobriety test allegedly showed that the man was driving with a blood alcohol level of 0.25, more than 3 times the legal limit. The driver was arrested for DUI and driving with a suspended license.
Ooh.
Once the driver was arrested, a search inside his car was completed and over 70 empty beer cans were located. We want to remind everyone that drinking and driving, not worth it.
Not worth it indeed. Neekum Poops in the news. So this is the way this rolls. You guys have crazy stories, and then we go from there. So now I'm going to go over to Ken. Ken, what's your
I do not have one.
What?
I can't find any today.
You can't find any?
Nope.
Not a thing. Make something up, dude. Nobody's paying attention. I mean, all you got to do is go to New York Post, right? You go to the New York Post.
I've been everywhere.
Really?
I've been here for 8 hours.
Yeah, I've been here for a while, too.
Yeah, I can't. I think I've mined all the naked ones.
Wait, what is that?
Usually I do something about somebody naked getting arrested. And there are, I've done them all.
So you've done them all.
I cannot find them. Now, there are some out there, but these people were badly mentally ill, and I don't want to make fun of
Yeah,
somebody
that's
like
not
that.
as that's not as fun.
Yeah, I'd rather it just be some dumbass who's drunk.
Well, there's a lot of those.
I found that one.
Did you? Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, well, do you have 2?
No, that was my one. He was drunk.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's just we want to know. So this is Nincompoop in the news. So this can be anything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to be somebody naked.
Well, I know that.
Just be a weird arrest.
Oh my, a weird. So it has to be an arrest.
But it's got to be somebody stupid.
Oh, well, there's plenty of those people.
Yeah.
Ken, I'm on pace to win today.
You're on pace. So how does? First of all, explain the rules to me because I didn't really get the rules. I didn't even know there was a winner or loser.
So we all come and we bring our nincompoop stories of the day or of, we have our various sources. We search high and low to find these. And then the text line votes on the winner.
Oh, see. So far, Ken's the slow driver. That's what everybody keeps saying. They're hammering Ken. Wow. That is crazy. Ken, you should have done the slow driver. You should have done that person.
Yeah, but that's already been done all day long.
Yeah, that has been done all day long. All right. So for me, all right, you guys ready for this?
Ready.
Jesus of Siberia. You heard of him? He's been jailed for abusing followers at his isolated mountaintop cult. That's right. He's 64. His name is Sergei Torop. He's also lost his, by the way, I don't know if Jesus ever had this job because I heard he was a carpenter, but this guy, 64, lost his job as a traffic officer. And then he founded the Church of the Last Testament and has a lot of people under his spell, a group of 300, on top of a mountain called Adobe at Dawn. On Monday, the Russians arrested Torop, who has called himself Vissarion. He's guilty, they say, of creating a religious organization that violated the civil rights and caused bodily harm. He made them do naked things, if you will, manipulated them in many ways, exploited them for moral harm, and he left 6 with serious health problems one with moderate harm. He faces 12 years in jail, and he got them to do a lot of stuff. And dude is going to go to, because it's Russia, remember, he's going to jail for a long time. They don't mess around. He's not like Diddy. Jesus of Siberia is my nincompoop in the news. Now what?
Well, I might have one here. Let's see. I dug this up from what looks like Channel 2 in Houston, Texas. This happened on February 23rd of 2025. Houston police arrested a man Sunday morning accused of threatening to assault and assaulting several women in the Montrose area over the past few weeks. Catherine, who only wanted to give her last name, said she encountered the man on a bicycle Wednesday night. He was like, "I need $1. Give me $1. When Catherine told the man she didn't have cash, he got off his bike and became violent. He took another step and he tried to punch me in the face, said Catherine. And I don't remember if I had ducked or if I'd stepped back. I remember the look in his eye, and he looked completely crazy. After the incident, Catherine said she immediately called 911 and filed a police report. Houston PD confirmed that at least 2 women filed police reports related to this suspect. The department was asking anyone who believes they were also a victim to file a report. I've never had anybody invade my space like that, said Catherine. Catherine said although she is relieved the suspect has been arrested, she is still afraid to walk in her own neighborhood. I still feel nervous about being out and about in the neighborhood. The suspect apparently targeted women who are alone or women walking their dog. And I have not found a follow-up to this, so this fellow might be still running around there in Montrose, just outside of Houston, Texas.
Be careful if you're in Montrose, just outside of Houston. Things could be. By the way, speaking of that, we'll get to Houston in a second. But now what? Now what? How do we find out who wins?
Now people just start voting.
Yeah, they vote.
All right.
And then the next segment, you'll announce the winner.
We'll announce the winner, and everybody gets. So if I win, then Chris leads tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Want to make sure how this works. Little nincompoop in the news right there. Speaking of Houston, did you see how they had to settle the city council thing in Pasadena, right outside of Houston?
This sounds like it might have been a good nincompoop story.
177 votes for each, or 277 votes for each. They tried to do everything, so they had to flip a coin to find out who was going to be the council member.
All right.
And the woman who's the incumbent, she won. But they said they exhausted. So they had to go get a $10 roll of quarters. They had to break it open. Then they had to make sure that everybody saw everything. And then the incumbent got to make the call in air. She chose heads. She also said she practiced at night to see which one she thinks would give her better odds. And apparently heads came up more. So there's that, kids. Nincompoop in the news. Let us know. Jesus of Siberia, Montrose.
Jesus of Siberia.
Right, like that right there is pretty awesome. Jesus of Siberia. Or what was your one again? About a naked person or other? You go right to the nudity, both of you guys.
Me?
Yes.
Mine was not nude. He was just drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine wasn't nude either. He was just on a bicycle.
Well, you should have hung out with Jesus of Siberia.
That's right.
Man, have you ever seen how cold it is in Siberia? You know what's funny is how cold it is in Siberia? And then you go and you think it's nothing. It's a giant city.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
Yeah, Siberia. So, so the population of Siberia is way bigger than you think. So you've got it's a big region, but you've got Novosibirsk, Omsk, Krantz, and something or other. I can't even pronounce it. So the population of these places is crazy. And they'll show people walking down the street when it's 36.8 million people live in Siberia. 36.8 million. Shows you how big Russia is. It's like 8 time zones. That's insane. 36.8 million. And the biggest, the coldest city they have. So here's their coldest city. It is Yakutsk, which is a gorgeous city, by the way. I've been there. It's just stunning. On average, during this time of year, it could be down as low as minus 64.
No.
That's a no. Population there is only 311,000.
I could do that. No, wait a minute. No, that's too many. I thought you were going to say 311.
Yeah.
But since it's 311,000. No, I'm
That's a
definitely
lot.
not doing that.
That's a lot. So if you're thinking about going to Yakutsk, just know in the winter, you're going to have to wear stuff. It is average temperature, by the way, the average annual temperature, -8. Winter highs are -20. Record lows have been -84.
Wow.
So be prepared. What's the summers like? So, okay, here's the summers.
5.
So, yeah, the maximum, the mean daily, as far as this is Fahrenheit, for June, July, August, you're looking in the 70s. That's a high. Then it gets to October and it just falls off a cliff, right? September, it's cold, 53. October, down to -3. And then it goes from there.
So they have summer in September.
Yes.
And it's only, and the high is 53.
Yeah.
No
and that's
way.
it. Yeah.
No way.
And then it's a nightmare from there.
Sounds like Boise, Idaho. Just kidding. But the winters in Boise, no.
No.
I loved it. It was beautiful there. Great mountains. I mean, you are out. You are away from civilization by just driving 25 minutes outside of town.
Yeah.
But the winters there last way too long.
No, do they?
Dude, I've told this story before. I probably haven't told you, but there was one morning, I want to say it was 2011. It is June, mind you. And on my way to work, it's snowing.
Oh.
And I just said, okay, that's it. I'm getting out of here.
And then you just started looking to get out of
That's when
there.
I started looking. That was enough. I'd spent, I mean, there were winters where there was still snow on the ground in May. And I'm looking at all my friends back in the South on Facebook. They're fishing out at the lake. They're swimming. They're boating. And I'm just, nope.
Not
doing this
That's
anymore.
the way I felt like when I was out in Arizona. It'd be like 120 in the summer, like right now. And people are like, how do you do it? And then in February, right, they're in Buffalo or wwherever. And I'm like, I'm wearing flip-flops to work today, and it's 82 degrees.
That's
how
right.
you doing?
I'm poolside with a beverage.
And that's why, look, for all the stuff about California, that's why California is amazing.
And the weather's beautiful.
You put that politics anywhere else where there's actual 4 seasons, it would struggle. But you have an ocean and it's beautiful. And I like what what's his name Toss said. You don't like seasons? Yeah, we like seasons. We like the one seasons that's good. We got rid of the other crappy ones because it's always 72 and sunny is the way it feels. Yes, youngster.
Oh, nothing.
You look like you wanted to say something, but he didn't. He got excited. All right, so we've got the winner. We're going to tally it up. We're going to let him do it. Jackson.
Who is it, Brother Jackson?
I cannot see the text line. So.
All right, so I'm going to have to go through it. So we'll figure out who it is. We'll do that straight ahead. Ken's got some updates on the news, a bunch of other stuff still, and again, more of what's going on. We'll talk a little bit about the dude who not pled guilty, wanted to go to trial in Idaho, then decided to plead guilty. Talk a bit about that as well. Chad Benson Show right here in for Chris, who was in for Matt on Super Talk 997.
President Trump says his representatives had a long and productive meeting with the Israelis today on Gaza. Says a ceasefire is close. We'll tell you about it at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
By the way, I spoke to my military analyst on my national show today, Mike Lyons, and his people are saying that Bibi is going to go the way of Winston Churchill. It's going to navigate them through this and get this thing done with Hamas. And then when it comes to the peacetime, he's going to be out. And that was one of the deals, they say, the backroom deals he believes it was made from the people he's talked to with the powers that be to make sure that the case and stuff, the investigations were dropped. But you got to go. Because if you guys don't know, Winston Churchill, he had like a 90% rating the minute the war ended. But they voted him out because he was a wartime prime minister. He wasn't good at the peace stuff. And I think that Bibi is going to get them through this. And I don't know how many hostages are still there. And how many of them are alive, God only knows. So at this point in time, but I think this is going to come. It'll always be an uneasy peace until they really get something done. But that needs to happen with all of the Middle East participating at this point in time. So the winner is me. I got.
Way to go, brother Chad.
Yeah,
Let's go.
That's it. Yeah, the winner's me. So I'm pretty excited about that. I don't know what I got. I didn't get anything, but now Chris can lead it off tomorrow. So make sure he knows so he's not surprised.
We got to step our game up.
Yeah, man. I busy days, dude. It's hard for me to find stuff anyway. But honestly, I mean, when I'm doing searches for naked people, I've already done them.
Yeah.
I wish more naked people would get arrested.
Yeah,
you're out there.
You got to look for them though, right? You got to look for, and because there's so many naked people, we just don't cover it like we used to. So it doesn't have the big, because it's like a shark attack, right? When a naked person does something, we're like, "Ooh, look at that!" But now it's like it's everywhere. People, put your clothes on. By the way, Ken, what do you think of the Brian Koberger? Was that he knew he was done? He wanted to avoid the death, and they didn't tell the families. They emailed the families.
It's terrible. It's terrible, man. I mean, I feel so sorry for those families. What is this? It's going on 3 years.
3 years. That whole thing was bizarre. But they emailed the families?
Emailed the families. They've got this guy's DNA on a knife sheath from the home, and this thing dragged out for 3 years.
3 years, and then
he says, okay,
you got him. He's decided he doesn't want to go to trial, and he's going to plead guilty. He's going away for life. You guys are welcome.
It's ridiculous.
Ridiculous indeed. Coming up.
What do you think? The judge is in this?
I have no idea. I'm surprised, and the families are so pissed off, and they should be. And
absolutely.
I'm surprised. If I was the judge, I'd say, sorry, we're going to go to trial because this is what these people want.
Terrible.
All right, coming up, hour number 4 of the program, and 5 for me today. Is it 5? I think it is 5.
Yeah.
Chad in for Chris, who's in for Matt Murphy, Super Talk 99.7.
Six o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We've got the full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes, and it looks like we may be close to a ceasefire in Gaza. President Trump posting to Truth Social moments ago, my representatives had a long and productive meeting with the Israelis today on Gaza. Israel has agreed to the necessary conditions to finalize the 60-day ceasefire, during which time they'll work with all parties to end the war. The Qataris and Egyptians, who have worked very hard to help bring peace, will deliver this final proposal. President Trump goes on to say, I hope for the good of the Middle East that Hamas takes this deal because it will not get better. It will only get worse. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And in more breaking news, I'm seeing from the Associated Press that the United States will not send some weapons pledged to Ukraine following a Pentagon review of military assistance. Saw an earlier report today where the Pentagon said it was running low on some of these weapons. as maybe one of the reasons for pulling back on Ukraine. And the jury in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial said today it has reached a verdict on 4 of 5 counts against the hip-hop mogul, but was unable to reach a decision on the top charge, racketeering conspiracy. Former prosecutor and ABC News legal contributor Bernarda Villanova.
The prosecution is not going to want to take that partial verdict because you want all or nothing, in the sense of that you want, if this jury can actually continue deliberating, that they be able to reach a verdict. However, on the defense team, I will be very nervous of what that verdict is when they're talking about the partial verdict.
Then in our nation's capital today.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Michelle Franzen. After weeks of wrangling and infighting and a marathon vote-a-rama session over proposed cuts to Medicaid, Senate Republicans a short time ago passing the massive budget package.
On this vote, the yeas are 50. The nays are 50.
The vote, mostly along party lines, Vice President J.D. Vance casting the tie-breaking vote. ABC's Stephen Portnoy has more.
After a marathon voting session that lasted more than 26 hours, the Senate passed the massive measure by the slimmest of margins. 3 GOP senators voted against it, but Vice President J.D. Vance cast the tie-breaking vote in favor. The bill now goes back to the House, where conservatives and moderates have their own issues with some of the changes that have been made by the Senate, including a $5 trillion increase in the debt ceiling and a Congressional Budget Office price tag in excess of $3 trillion.
President Trump championing the mega bill he calls the big beautiful bill that advances his domestic agenda. This is ABC News.
Tennessee U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn says the Senate version spares Tennesseans from a $2,600 tax increase and loss of 129,000 jobs next year. And that's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. All right, Clarksville, TDOT says there's an overturned vehicle blocking 24 westbound at MLK Parkway. Kingston Springs Highway Patrol says the right lane is blocked by a crash 40 eastbound just past exit 188. In Pegram, got a crash. Highway Patrol there. This is going to be 40 westbound there at the Davidson-Cheatham County line. And in Goodlettsville, Metro Police say there's a crash 65 northbound before Rivergate Parkway. And then over on the East Loop going westbound, Metro Police say there's a crash just past James Robertson Parkway. And then in Dixon, we've got a crash reported by the Highway Patrol 40 westbound approaching the Centerville-Dixon Highway 46 exit 172. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk at 99.7 WTN.
Matt Murphy not here. Him and his Chinese shoulder. As we found out, thanks to Jackson, his crack reporting. News 11. It is confirmed. It is made in China.
Made in China, Matt Murphy's shoulder.
You know what's sad is Matt currently has a shoulder made by a 7-year-old. Slave labor. Probably has a little Nike stamp on it. Oh. Software dies. It's his TikTok rotator cuff. He'll be back on Monday. Chris, who has been filling in, had to go somewhere. So I ended up doing the last hour of my show because he was going to do that. And I did today because I like hanging out with you people, even though some of you are mean to me. Really, I don't care. It's what it is. Hey, by the way, big exciting news today.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50. The Senate being evenly divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative. The bill as amended is passed.
There you go. So it's passed now. What's it mean? Well, right now, it's kind of dead. So tons of Republicans are coming out going, yeah, I'm not voting for this. They altered it way too much. This wasn't a lick of paint here, a lick of paint there, and we fix it and we send it on its way. This was, you guys got to be kidding me. The amount of money you guys want to spend is insane. The deficit is going to grow. You're not interested in actually figuring out how to do anything when it comes to cutting the deficit, the debt, any of this stuff. You just like your park.
To pay for those, Republicans are cutting things like Medicaid by imposing new work requirements, as well as dealing with something called the provider tax, which helps states fund their various Medicaid obligations. They've also got new work requirements that are imposed on SNAP, food assistance, and it changes the funding mechanism for the first time in SNAP's history and makes states have to pay more for their various SNAP programs by either a 5 to 25% percentage.
So there you go. I don't know what it's going to look like when all is said and done. This isn't going to get it done. And they thought it would just easily get through the rules, and then tomorrow they debate it on the floor. And that didn't happen. The Freedom Caucus came out and said, yeah, no, that ain't going to happen. We're not doing that. So, I mean, this is where we're at. And this isn't going to, this isn't going to end, I think, the way I think it will eventually get done. But what does it look like? People have been asking me all day. First of all, I love that you don't like Trump. It's not that I don't like Trump. Okay, I don't like a lot of the people around Trump. I think they're in it for themselves. Not that Trump's not. Let's be real. He's selling perfume for $250. If you guys haven't seen it, you should go check it out. What is it? 47 and 50, 45 and 57. One's for a woman, one's for a man.
Oh, I thought that was the Trump Mobile.
That's for 45, 47 is what you pay a month for that. So.
Well, I looked into that.
And?
With service fees, it's actually about $60 a month.
Of course it is. Service fees will get you every time. But there's a lot of people around him who I don't think tell him the truth. This thing is big. And everything, and it's all, both sides do it. Here's the problem. Both sides will only ever see the rosy side of stuff. Nobody ever takes a step back and goes, okay, what's it really look like? All right, you've told me all of the best things. And if it goes every way and we get every break in the history of mankind and everything goes the right way, that this is going to be perfect and it'll work. So let's just say we don't. What does it look like then? Nobody ever does that. And we need that. We need that more and more. So I don't think it's great. I think it's big. I think it's going to add to our debt. There's no doubt about that. I think we need to refinance that. That's one thing that they didn't allow Trump to do in the first term. Everybody thought he was an idiot. I should refinance. Debt here is so low. It'll be great. We'll save a ton of money. Nobody wanted him to do that. Everybody thought he was an idiot. Then afterwards, people were like, that's probably a smart thing to do.
One thing that's for certain is that next year the deficit will be bigger than this year. The bill includes over $500 billion in new spending. And at the end, to get the vote of the Alaska senator, billions and billions and billions more were added.
So that's, again, everybody's in for themselves. Which, look, your goal as a senator, as a congressperson is, I or whoever, you get voted in. Your goal is to go there and fight for the people. You're a part of the puzzle that makes this great country what it is. And at the same time, it's also to fight for your people back at home, to bring stuff to your constituents. And when I see people say this person's a rhino or that person, here's the way it is. You think they're a rhino based on where you live and how you believe. Based on where they live, they got voted in by people that may not be as right, and in some cases, as left as other people. They're kind of in the middle. So they've got to balance. I've got to vote with the party that I'm here for, the Republicans. At the same time, I can't go too overboard because I got a lot of people that are on the left, and I could easily be dumped out of this thing. It's frustrating. We're not interested in reality, and that's a sad thing because we're so wrapped up in this insane world of the politics that we live in now, which is our identity. We don't want to hear the truth. The truth is, this bill should be slimmed down. We should be tightening our belts. Tax cut to the middle class. Let the rich tax expired. And both sides need to get together and go, all right, you cut something, I cut something, you cut something, I cut something. We're going to lean this thing down because we have overspent. And when we get all this stuff done and we start to balance this thing and at least stop it from growing out of control, then we refinance it, take it down. Because the last thing we need is our service to the debt to be so great that it is as big as any of the big three of, defense, Social Security, and Medicaid. We don't need that. We don't want that. But we won't because it's about winning. That's the thing about politicians. You got to win. And that's what really makes it tough for America and Americans, because I don't care who wins. Like the cultural issues, such state issues, and those things they're going to battle out because it's entertaining and people watch that. I care about stuff like this. Is our military strong? Is our immigration fixed at the border? It is. The rest of it's still kind of a nightmare, but that's going to take time, as we all know. But are we fixing the things that matter at the federal government side that can handle it? Because here, the state, they kind of got stuff handled, right? They got their stuff done. We got new 177 laws, which I find to be incredible, but it is what it is. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But for this, I just think it's the long term it's a dud. That's what somebody just called it. It's a giant dud. And part of that is because they added way more debt to it. Everybody got their piece of the pie, threw some of their pork in. And we should care about it. When I hear people say, oh, you like Thomas Massey or you're like a Rand Paul, I love America. I don't love politicians. Politicians are going to let you down. They're human beings. That's what they are. And it's their job to tell you all the things you want to hear. And that's what we want. Pretty soon, we're going to have doctors who just tell you you're going to be fine, even though you're not, because you don't want to be upset. We need to hear how bad it is. We need to hear how we fix this and get out of it. And I don't want to be lied to. And I think, Trump the other day said, 68% tax. That's what would jump. It wouldn't be 68%. That's insane. That's not what it is. 68% of people may see taxes rise if this thing sunsetted. But I don't think it's going to. Like I said, I think they're going to get it through. But what happens when we continue to add to this? At some point in time, we've got to figure this out. I mean, I think most of you understand that. But until we can get past this ridiculous partisanship where everybody cares about the win, we're going to have a tough time. There used to be a time when it's like, look, okay, we all realize we got to cut something. We got to do some stuff. We've got to be honest with the people. Now it's just borrow, borrow, borrow. And more borrowing. And they're going to continue to borrow. And they're going to continue to borrow. And they're going to continue. And then you know what? Our kids are going to have 5 side hustles just to pay for their gigs. Poor Jackson's 25. He's going to be paying this debt off like it's a student loan forever. You okay with that, Jackson?
Oh, not a fan.
Not a fan of that. Not a fan indeed. Somebody says, I think you're wrong. You should be on CNN. Why should I be on CNN? Tell me why I should be on CNN. Because I said something that you didn't agree with. So automatically, I'm a bad person. I'm on CNN. No, I'll tell you the truth. Right? That's what you should want. Hey, will you tell me the truth? Or as I've learned in this business, which I don't buy into, everybody wants affirmation. And I don't do affirmation. I want honesty. Just tell me the straight. I'm a data guy. Just give me the straight facts, period. I don't care about the rest of it. I don't care about the feelings. I don't care about any of that. Just tell me the absolute truth. Give me the breakdown. Give it to me. That's what I want. I want the truth. If you want me to lie to you, I'll tell you it's the greatest thing ever. It's going to be awesome. And you know what? That's how we got into this mess. Because every one of these people on both sides of the aisle have told you it's going to be the greatest thing in the history of ever. And yet here we are, dealing with the things that 40, 50 years ago, we should not have had to deal with again. From immigration to everything else. And that's the frustrating part, I think, for a lot of this. But, hey, we'll see. It's going to get through. And we'll find out what it looks like when it does. Because remember, it's got to go through this whole thing here. And then all of a sudden they vote here. And then they vote there. And then they vote on this thing. And then all of a sudden, it comes out of that, which is the Rules Committee, onto the floor. They debate it. And they're upset because they sent a bill over there that the Senate chopped up, and added, took away, and sent it back down. And now they'll add, take away, do the whole thing. Then it'll go to reconciliation. And then they'll do give and take, give and take. And then eventually Trump may sign it. That could be as early as Friday. Or it could be next week. So we shall see. Reach out to us. You can do it. I love hearing from all of you. I think it's a good thing. And, you know, again, if you haven't listened to my show, I can't do it. I can't sit here and blow smoke. See, too many people do that. That's what they want. Affirm me, affirm me, affirm me. And Bell and I always talk about it. I just can't. I want the truth. Give me the facts and the data. And when things don't, the funny thing is when things don't go the way they go a different way. I'm not one of these people who say, I told you so. But everybody who called me a whole horrible things, like with the Elon stuff, we'll talk about that in a little bit, they all just got quiet. And it's just, we should all be questioning the amount of money we're about to spend. And are we doing it in the right way? Because think about this. If this thing flops or Medicaid and all that stuff starts to affect certain people in certain areas, the Republicans lose, and that's what they're worried about. And then all of a sudden, Trump has 2 years where he's doing what? Where he's fending off Adam Dipschiff and the rest of them who all they want to do is impeach and investigate. Talk a little bit more about this. Elon, bunch of other stuff to get to. I, being Chad, in for Chris, who was in for Matt. Everything's back to normal tomorrow as much as it can be. This is Super Talk 99.7. Do. It's funny. We went to break. Jackson pops in and goes, "Hey, thanks for the enunciation," because I said dip, Schiff. You know, he's just aching now that he's a senator. He wants Trump so bad. That guy lives for this. Because you know what? Trump made him. Even in California, nobody really knew who he was. It wasn't until Trump came on. Trump has made a lot of politicians on both sides. But then he became a star of the resistance and all of that, and then a star during the impeachments and all the things. And because of that, he grew to such a level of awareness that when it came time for there to be the opportunity to essentially run and become the senator, it was always going to be him. It's always going to be him. They wanted to clear the decks for him. They did. So it's, you know, a lot of you are chiming in, and I love this country. This is what I care about. I don't care about politicians. Politics and politicians, they're going to let you down. I want what's best for us. And if we are in a situation where our debt is so massive and it's so top heavy and it becomes an issue, it becomes an issue across the board that includes protecting ourselves. We can't, it's not a safe place or a smart place for us to be. But the thing about politicians is we have now gerrymandered everything to the point where most districts are safe. So you never really have to worry about anything. And the only time now that you see politicians, their butts pucker is if they think they're going to get primaried. So you're sitting there thinking to yourself, if I got nothing to worry about, because it's about keeping your job. And we should care about the people. Whenever I hear either side talk when they're on offense as opposed to defense, it's always about, how great this is for them. The Republicans, this is great for them. Why are you saying it's great for the American people? And when I hear the Democrats, they do the same thing when they have it. This would be great for everybody. It's great for, for us. This is what Obama wants. This is what Biden. What do the American people need and want? That's the question. The only question that should matter. And I don't think enough of them ask. And part of that's on us. Because we don't want them to ask certain questions because we think they're going to be talking to the other side. Oh my God. Try running your house or your business the way that our politicians run things, and you will watch a business go sideways. The thing is, you can't borrow money endlessly and or print it. Could you imagine if the accounts payable, so imagine this, here's our radio station, that Matt and I and Dan the Hugger and Chris hated the sales staff and everything they stood for, and we have nothing to do with them because they felt the same way as us, and they wouldn't work for us, and we wouldn't do anything. What would happen? It would go sideways, and eventually we'd go out of business. The difference is we can borrow endlessly, and eventually, Cumulus could then print its own money. That would be how it would be saved. Don't give them any ideas. Coming up, Elon and Trump kind of going at it, which is funny. Got some more of your text. And we were talking earlier about the Hot Take Tuesday that we do on my show, normally from noon till 3. And today was movies. Ken and Jackson agree this movie sucks. And we're going to talk about that as well as your takes on the worst movies. When I talk about the worst movies, I'm not talking about movies that suck. I'm talking about they're amazing. They won Academy Awards. Everybody praises them. And you go and you see it and you're like, I didn't think it was that good. I'll give you mine. Jackson and Ken have theirs. We'll do that straight ahead. Chad Benson Show in for the Chris Hand Show, who was in for the Matt Murphy Show on Super Talk 99.7.
Pastor and author J.C. Ryle once said, contrary to popular belief, hell is not a place God sends only the worst of the worst. Hell is our default destination. What that means is we need someone to save us, or we stand before God condemned to hell. But we cannot save ourselves. Only God can do that. Ephesians 2:8-9 says, "For by grace you have been saved through faith, that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not as a result of works, so that no one may boast." Jesus Christ placed all believers' sins upon himself and died to pay for those sins. Why did he have to die, though? Because Scripture explicitly says the wages of sin is death. Wages means the same as payment, so payment for sin is death. There are no second chances to accept Christ and avoid hell after you die. So if you feel a prompting in your heart, it may be God drawing you. Scan the QR code to learn more.
So apparently there's a tentative agreement, Israel and Gaza. Realistically, it's Hamas in Israel. It's not Gaza's a place, but that's a ceasefire. So Israel tentatively has a ceasefire with a bigger one on deck. You know, I was talking to somebody today, and they're like, because I said, you're at the point now where you want to destroy Hamas, but to destroy Hamas, you have, first of all, it's a belief. It's hard to destroy a belief. If you're not going, if your only thought to destroy them is through violence, and I'm not talking about the Hamas people now, I'm talking about the future Hamas. Because if you're a little kid and you're over there in Palestine, right, and you're in Gaza, you've seen your brothers die, your father die, your uncle die, your grandfather die, and maybe your uncle was in Hamas, but grandpa and grandma and everybody, they weren't. They didn't. And you've been fed a bunch of crap your whole life, but now you've seen everybody in my family's dead. You've got to change the outlook. because just having a ceasefire and not giving somebody something, that's the way the beauty of Trump and the whole thing was, we'll put up casinos and golf courses and it's beautiful and all that stuff. Well, when you have a 3-bedroom, 2-bath mortgage and you have a report due the next day and the kids have soccer practice, you're way more likely to be happy with your life. And the stress that you have is much different than you don't know where your next meal is coming from. And every time it's dark, there's a chance the place you're living may get blown up. That's a different worry. That is a different worry. So we'll see what this looks like in the coming days and weeks it's like everything. It's only as good as what it's written on, because you're dealing with individuals that in many cases have nothing to lose when you look at Hamas, and they're already figuring they're dead. And on top of that, you have other people that may even want to get away from all this stuff and not be the terrorist for the Israelis or the freedom fighters for the Palestinians, but want peace. But other people have other designs. It will be interesting. Did he do it or not? We've been saying that all day. Tomorrow, we will probably find out if he did it or not. It's hard, man. It's a hard thing to say.
After a day and a half of deliberations, we have an incredible cliffhanger here. A verdict, but no conclusion. A defendant who looked shaken, and a jury told it's not done yet.
No. So they've got 4 of the 5. The big one is the racketeering conspiracy. They came back with, so far, we can't seem to come to an agreement. And a lot of people thought, with the judge being there, because he came back in, everybody heard that they were just going to do partial verdict and then maybe even a hung jury or drop the case altogether. And he said, nope, you guys are going to come back tomorrow. You're going to try it one more time. So we'll find out. Movies. We were talking about it. Hot Take Tuesday. Do this on my show. Last week, my hot take was, I think the Beatles are overrated. This week, I think The Godfather is the most overrated movie in the history of movies. And this is not whether or not it's a good movie or this stuff. I'm just talking about it being overrated. Like, I think the Beatles, they're great musicians, all that. I understand. I just think they were overhyped. It's the same thing here. So Ken and Jackson, they both got on the same page, and you came up with?
Avatar, super overrated. Just
super.
It's a spectacle. Overrated. That's really what all it is. And the movies don't have any substance to back that spectacle up.
I saw somebody said it was Fern Gully.
What is that?
That's like a cartoon that came out way back in the day. Some people said it was Dances with the Wolves in the Sky. It's possible. I mean, look, visually, we can all agree it's freaking amazing. I mean, James Cameron came out with this stuff. And I remember when he came to, I went to see him give a speech one night when Terminator 2 was getting ready to come out. And this was totally awesome because it was coming out. It hadn't been out yet. It was still a couple months away. He came to AFI, American Film Institute, and my uncle and I went. We did all of these film things. And mostly for my uncle, I went there just to hang out. I didn't really care. But my uncle, he didn't like driving enough, so I drove him. And we were young, so we'd go there. And it was cool to watch. So we got to watch it like a couple months before everybody else. But to hear how he got to where he is, which was weird. Do you want to know how he got his first real gig? He was working on a bad movie for Harvey Korman, I think it was. And Harvey Korman's like this great, he passed away last year. It's this great B movie. Everybody got their directing debut from him. Cheap movies, totally over the top, ridiculous. So he was working, he was in Fullerton, California. He was working for Harvey Korman. They were trying to figure out how to make maggots move on a hand. And they couldn't figure out how to do that. And he came up with the idea. He was just like working on the set to electrocute the hand, which would make them move around. And it was a fake hand. And Harvey Korman, like, that guy's got something. So then he gave him, I think it was Piranha 2, where the piranha flew. But when he came in, he talked about, like, with all these movies, nothing like the Terminator 2. Remember how amazing it was? There wasn't that technology. He created the technology. Did the same thing with Avatar. The problem with Avatar was it was 2.5, 3 hours of what looked to be like a Microsoft ad or something. It was just, that's what it was. For me, for The Godfather, it's just too slow. It's boring. I didn't find it interesting, and it's not a mob movie. It's a family dynamics movie. If you want to see something cool about The Godfather, there is something that's on Paramount Plus. It's called The Offer, and it's about Paramount when they sucked and they didn't really have anything going for them, and how they optioned the right years before for the book that didn't really sell anything, and then it became the movie. It was that's an interesting thing, but this, I just thought it was boring. Beetlejuice 2 is awful, says somebody. Roger Corman's off. Wasn't he awesome? Roger Corman was amazing. Elvis is overrated. Yeah, I said that last week. Titanic got a lot today. The English Patient. Oh, Sandra, you're right. God, that was so boring. Oh, goodness me. That was just so boring. And that won Academy Awards. But you didn't like Avatar at all, man.
I think the concept of the visual effects and the setting of the movie is breathtaking, and it's really good work. There's no substance behind that. It was
all about the effects and not about the story.
Yeah, it looks cool.
It looks cool, but looks can only go so far.
There are so many things that look cool that aren't entertaining. Avatar being one of them.
And my biggest shock about the whole thing with Avatar is how much money it made.
Oh my God. Well, that was also the thing with the spectacle. Like, oh, you have to go see this because of the visual effects. It's not, oh, this movie's so good. Like Oppenheimer or.
Did you like Oppenheimer?
I really liked Oppenheimer. I also loved last summer's Twisters.
Oh, it's funny because several people said the original Twisters sucked.
Oh, I love both of those movies. Those are like two of my favorite movies.
Those are fun movies. The piano, very boring. Oh, goodness me. The thing about the Twister movies, I love movies. I don't care. I'm not into this movie's great. It's Academy Award crap. That stuff sucks. We always talk about that. Those things are made for critics. I love movies. I want to go. I want popcorn. I want all of the fun. I want to go and immerse myself for 90 minutes or 2 hours and have a good time.
Yeah, like later this month, Happy Gilmore 2 comes out. And that movie, like critically, it's going to be terrible.
Oh,
but I'm going to love it.
Yeah, because
it's stupid. I remember watching Happy Gilmore as a kid.
That was terrible. They're stupid. That's the beauty of them.
But they're great.
But you go there because they're stupid.
They're entertaining.
But they're entertaining. And that's all that you should care about. I'm not going to watch an Adam. By the way, Adam Sandler's done some interesting movies that are like Spanglish. It's a good movie.
Uncut Gems.
Uncut Gems. Those were all. He showed his acting chops, which is great. But that, to me, I mean, I think a lot of guys feel like they have to do that. Some people just lean into who they are. And I think for the most part, that's what Adam does. Like I like doing silly, stupid movies. And I like to have my buddies. All my buddies are in the movies.
I like to have my friends. I like to be paid millions of dollars to go out and film a movie with my friends.
Is this going to be in the theaters or is it going to be only on Netflix, right? Because he signed that huge deal with Netflix.
Yeah.
So
I bet that this movie was the centerpiece of that deal.
Yeah, they probably said that. Like I like Goodfellas way more than The Godfather. Because The Godfather it's a family movie. That's what it's about. It's
a slow burn.
It's a slow burn. It's the dynamics of the family, that kind of stuff. Where plus you had Brando, right? And that's also the big thing. You got the Brando, the whole 9 yards. But when I look at Goodfellas, I love Goodfellas. It's great. It was fun. That to me, like of all the mob movies, that was like my favorite.
You know what critically terrible movie that I watched and was thoroughly entertained by the other night?
What?
The Simpsons movie.
Really?
Have you seen it?
I saw it a long time ago.
I saw it a long time ago like you did, and I remember liking it like as a teenager. And I saw it on it was on one night, and I threw it on, and I sat there and watched the whole movie, and it was great. It was just fun.
So somebody said The Godfather's awful. It's just it insists on itself. The Godfather 2, I think, is better than The Godfather.
I think a lot of people
agree.
Have that opinion.
Yeah, it's like it was Star Wars. Everybody here, not a lot of people like Star Wars, but they all say, Empire was better than Star Wars.
Empire's probably the best Star Wars movie.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt. The other ones just sucked.
The prequels all weren't terrible.
You don't think so?
The first two were. The third one was sick. If they just did one prequel movie and did the third one, I think it would have had a much better reception.
Well, you don't spend $4 billion to buy all the stuff and not use it. That's why they got so many. Look, if you bought Star Wars, the entire thing, you go to Lucas and you spend $4 or $5 billion, you better figure out how to make money off of it. Because
they did that.
They're trying their hardest.
It's in all the theme parks. There's that Obi-Wan Kenobi series ain't bad.
What's the one with the bounty hunter?
Mandalorian?
Yeah, is that good?
Never been able to get into it. I've tried like 3 or 4 times. I just can't bring myself to care.
I had the same thing with, what's that show, Breaking Bad? I just couldn't get into it.
I was the same way for a long time, and I finally just forced myself to get through like the first 4 or 5 episodes, and I was hooked.
See, I don't want to force. If I got to force myself.
It's so good after you get through that, though.
The Irishman is very, very good. Pulp Fiction sucks. I've had several of those today, too. Pulp Fiction, The Irish. I love The Irishman. If you've never seen that, it's a good one. The Godfather. Calling it overrated is one thing. I'm inclined to agree, but to dislike it, it's just too slow for me. Like I said, I think that The Godfather 2 is a better movie, but it's too slow. It just didn't do it for me because it was so slow. Like The English Patient. Sandra's right. Oh, my God. I want to talk about slow. Might as well watch paint dry. We're going to wrap it up straight ahead. We'll talk a little bit about Elon and them, put a big bow on it. My name's Chad. You guys probably hear me. I'm here from noon till 3 every day. Chris couldn't be here today outside of doing a portion of my show. So I had to come in, do all of that today. Chris will be back tomorrow filling in for Matt. I'm filling in for Chris, who's filling in for Matt. It's the Matt Murphy Show right here. Super Talk 99.7.
For many of us, generators are becoming a must-have household appliance. From unpredictable weather to surprise outages, it's better to be safe than sorry. Generator Supercenter of Nashville offers fast and easy installations with 24/7 service and monitoring to all brands of generators and expert repairs done right. Our mission is to make owning a backup generator simple and easy. Visit your local store today or check us out online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
So while we were at break, Jackson wandered out to go do something. I was sitting here going, all right, let's finish this up strong. And all of a sudden, everything went dark and then came right back on.
I think it was heat lightning. Have you heard of heat lightning?
No, explain this. I like this.
It's lightning that comes from the heat. I would have to look up like more of a meteorological definition, but it does happen in this area.
That was crazy. Because and at first I thought, well, I never hear it 7, so I don't know if they just start shutting certain things down. But no, everybody comes like, what the hell was that? I'm like, I don't know. Like, you guys act like I did anything. I didn't. Didn't do a thing. Heat lightning. It's a good name for a band. Write that down. Heat lightning. So I think because I go, is it, and it's weird because I've been in the studio for hours. I don't even know what it's like. I said, is it raining out there? He's like, no, it's sunny. I'm like, it's sunny? Sure in the hell is.
It's beautiful outside. I don't know where that lightning strike came from.
No, that was a trip. Man, everything just went sideways.
Because I heard the thunder immediately. So it was here. It was right here.
I didn't hear the thunder. Because I was sitting there listening to Marjorie Taylor Greene, who just tore apart the big, beautiful bill. I didn't do it, so don't get mad at me. Yell at her. But then all of a sudden, everything went dark. Don't mess with it. Oh, my Lord. By the way, Rep Rose is going to be on tomorrow. I just got a text. 10:05. Rep Rose on. So, be prepared for that. I don't know what they're talking about. No idea. That'll be fun, though. So make sure you're here. So you've got back to normal tomorrow, as normal as it is for the week or so, because we've had, obviously, Matt out. So Chris will be in tomorrow. Today, he was in for the first 2 hours of my show. Then I finished my show and then did this. I'll be back to my show. And, of course, Brian will be in the middays for Chris. And, of course, Dan, the hugger, will be in for Dan. You like working with Murphy?
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, we haven't done it a ton. We've only done...
You did it for like a week and a half, 2 weeks, and then he went out. You probably spent as much time almost with Chris.
We did 4 shows. And then he went and had his surgery. I've done more with Chris. I've done 6 shows with Chris.
6 shows with Chris. 1 with me now. It's all happening, kids. It is.
I'm getting the tour day super talk.
That's right. But Murph is fine. He will be back next week. I think he thought, I'm going to be fine. I can get through this. But the reality is your body's going to tell you what to do. And your body, some people, it's really weird with hips and knees. They want you up and moving in certain things. But with the shoulder, is a different world. And so he's doing much better. He will be back on Monday. Chris will be in again tomorrow for Murph. And I'll be back to my normal slot, 12 to 3. Thank you guys for putting up with us today. You guys have an amazing rest of your Tuesday. Get some tacos, relax, enjoy yourself. Thank you, Jackson, for being here and hanging out with us today. This is Super Talk 99.7.